That means there's still hope.
I don't know.
You
I'll
say
tell you
don't
why. I'll
have
tell you
too
why.
much hope.
When I was under 10,
Yeah.
I remember when they started taking light.
Yeah.
When I started noticing that.
Mm.
I was not 10. I waited 40 years to see 40 years. And I'm thinking, man, how long am I going to have to wait to see things change? You know, I saw the 80s. I saw how things were. You know, I saw that it looks like it's improving in the 90s or in the 2000s, and then I see them tumble back, and I'm thinking, wow, what is going on? Is there going to be a situation where this country will actually move forward? You know, I do not know.
Because you're a thinker, what do you think could be the solution? Or what would
Okay.
you prescribe?
Somebody asked me this question yesterday. I was on another TV interview yesterday, and I gave them this. This is my solution for this. We're going to start with Generation Alpha. Luckily, Alpha it means the beginning. So we're going to have to start with Generation Alpha. That is the children that the millennials and the Gen Zs are giving birth to. We're going to have to start with them.
Oh, they are the ones that you think we should
That's
start
the only way I see a permanent solution. Start with Alpha. I have two options, but I will start with Alpha. Take all the Alpha. I don't know how many they are. They might be 300,000. Change their education system. Don't put them in the same type of schools we are in. Create a whole different type of education system for them, a whole different type of orientation, and inculcate in them that they're going to have to fix the country. Not give them this mentality where, you know, millennials and Gen X's and Gen Z's that you just find your way. You have to give them the mentality that you all have to fix it. So they start from primary, knowing that we are supposed to fix stuff. Now, they're not going to be on the same side with their parents. Parents have to accept it, that these kids, this is a whole different generation. You know, so I think that to fix Nigeria might take another 40 years. You know, now the second way is to have a leader like Lee Kuan Yew. To have someone like that who is that intelligent, that incorrigible, uncorruptible, that hard. There has to be someone really, really hard, because the Lee Kuan Yew said that, you know, when he was leading, people had to be afraid of him. He wasn't there to be loved. But you love him for what he's doing. You know, he was so strict that if you did what was wrong, if judgment was, you just get, there's no shortcut, no, he's my brother, no, So instead we're going to have that kind of leader, where Gen Xers, millennials, Gen Zers are forced to abide to a rule of law. If you go off, you face the full wrath of the law. And then, as well, Alpha is now being trained differently. To me, that's the only real solution.
That sounds like a book you're writing.
There's a midway point.
Yeah.
As a midway point as well, you know, where we'll be managing ourselves and fixing everything. As we're managing, we're fixing, we're managing, we're fixing. That one too will work, you know, but I honestly don't have that much hope, because, I mean, I've waited 40 years and I'm not seeing anything yet.
Because what I see is that the rule of law, the respect for simple rules must be enforced.
Yes. They must force us to follow.
We must
but then
force,
Alpha
we must force ourselves. And because, see,
must force ourselves.
the children learn from example. They learn from beholding.
Yeah.
They learn from seeing.
Yeah.
You started your story. You learned from your dad.
Yeah.
And the first thing you established was that he didn't go to secondary school.
Yeah.
But
he went to university.
But whoever he worked with found that this guy is smart.
Yeah.
So started teaching him.
Yeah.
And so he went on to write Cambridge. After Cambridge, went to university. He left you to go through the same thing. That's why you can speak about him now and say, this was what he did, and that's where I copied from.
Yeah. But you know what the army does?
Yeah.
What the army does? The army takes a civilian, puts you somewhere, break you down, and then build you up anew.
Yeah, sure.
That's what needs to be done with Alpha.
Yeah.
You know, so even if the old, because there's 200 million of us, tougher. Yes, maybe for Nigeria, tougher.
Yeah, tougher, and who can succeed in changing the constitution Because there are stuff that you will need to do.
Yeah.
It has to be law-based. It has to
Yeah.
be law-backed.
Yeah, true.
If it's not, we're wasting our time.
That's true.
You understand? But at least that's what you feel.
That's, yeah.
You take a number of them.
All of them.
All of them. Change their particular orientation,
Completely.
their education, and then watch them grow.
Yeah.
Nurture them.
Right.
Right. But if any one of them goes astray, what happens?
He knows that he knows that
I'm not talking what
full
he knows.
wrath of the law. That's what they are taught.
Yeah.
You're taught because what Gen Zs were taught is the millennial parent or the Gen X parent is ready to pay a teacher a bribe. These things happen. Parents are paying bribe to put their children, to give their children advantages. They pay bribe to put them in school. The school doesn't like, so you bribe. So the child believes that this is how this thing should be done. But the alpha the government should take over. That system doesn't work here. These guys, the first 7-8 years of their lives, they grow up knowing that things must be done a proper way. I think it helps.
Okay.
And I think maybe when they're 40, 50, we might have a different society totally.
Okay, on a final note, do you still work out?
I work out like a beast.
Why?
Oh, I'm a beast. My whole life is working out. I work out 3 hours a day. Yes, I'm a beast. I love working out.
3 hours a day?
Yeah,
What's the purpose?
Pleasure. Pleasure.
Because the doctors say you don't need to work out that much.
Yeah, they say. But I don't think the doctors know that well. I love it. So the whole workout is about, it lasts like 2-3 hours, but it's not that I'm working out every minute in that 2-3 hours. So I take breaks. I'm 51, so I take breaks. I'll do a set, then I take a break. Okay. I might be doing 100 push-ups. When I'm done with those, I take a break. Then I do something else. So there's breaks in between a routine, but there's longer breaks. So that's why.
So you have a regimen of different sets and all that, but there are infused.
Right. There might be like an hour running, an hour walking, 30 minutes running, the different sides, the different things. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your typical day like?
My typical day. Some days I'd never have a typical day, but basically my ideal day is I wake up, I do some meditation, do some praying, and then I go to the field to work out, either to a gym or to the field. When I'm done, I come back, I take a little rest, I eat fruits. I try to eat a lot of fruits, oranges. I try to eat a lot of fruits, and then I should write some script.
Okay.
Or write something. The goal is I need to write maybe 100,000, 20,000 words a year. So every day I try to write something. If I have a job, then I work on that job.
Okay.
If not, then I just do my scripting. And evening I might do a little walk again, an hour or an hour and a half or whatever it is. And that is my day. Exercise, healthy food, and writing.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sammy? Sage?
Yes, sir.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having
Really
me.
enjoyed it. It's been a very lovely time with Sammy Sage Hassan as my guest on Timeless Conversations. I hope you had a very good time. I did, and I look forward to when next you will come, because I'll call you soon.
I look forward to
follow up on that. 2 things to follow up on. Remember, 1, in a few months' time,
yes,
before the end of next year.
Before the middle of next year.
Before the middle of next year. And then 2, that's your film.
Right.
Yes, let's work on that.
Yes, let's work on that, yes.
So, thank you very much for watching. It's been Timeless Conversations. I'm Lekon Obumbanwo. Bye.
wait. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, I expected to learn theory, history, and all of that, and how to go about things. But I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to do mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms. Like, we didn't learn media terms, like even courts. We don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms. I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or when I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand. And when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And then like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. But the current Nigerian curriculum There is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in the Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments. Abiola explains that there is no room for soft skills in the classroom during his university education.
I don't think the curriculum or the course itself prepares you for all of that, for soft skills. It's just mostly, what happens is that they mostly focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, little associations here, like student associations, will now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career.
My name remains Bayo Ali, aka Ali Bey. Join me in this time-traveling voyage and let's relive those good old memories together. Welcome to my world of a glorious past. When I tell you life was good while growing up, believe me, it was really fun and exciting. Though of Ijebu origin, I was born at the popular Island Maternity Hospital, Lagos. My elementary years were spent in Surulere Axis, surrounded by lots of recreational facilities, peer groups, and schoolmates who not only made growing up fun, but also very memorable. I own up to coming from an upper middle class family. We were comfortable, but constantly reminded that the greatest legacy anyone can bequeath his offspring is quality education and good character. So my father, that was his greatest inheritance for us. So imagine us being one of the few families in Surulere who owned a television. Big deal? I still recall our Grandic brand and some of the children in our neighborhood curried our favor just to be able to peep through the window and catch a glimpse of their favorite programs like Wrestling from Great Britain, The Combats, Dan Blocker, Penny Roberts, Michael London, and Long Green. You remember those characters, Village Headmaster, and another one, a Y50.
easy. I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's Tea Time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I will take you through this amazing.
Good morning, you're welcome to the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson. It's a beautiful Friday morning. Well, we're right in time for the weekend. So how are you? How's your weekend looking up? Anyways, on today's breakfast show, we're looking at several hot topics, one of which is talking about the planned protest and the potential security threats of the protest. Much later on the show, we'll be discussing Senate invites Dangote and NPCL and others over alleged economic sabotage. We'll also be taking global stories making headlines in our national dailies, as well as some top trending stories. But first, let's check out our quote of the day. You only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough. And that is by Mae West. She was an American actress and singer. And this morning, her words are, you only live once, but if you do it right, once is enough. I think that is a very self-explanatory quote. And if you're a youngster, you definitely know what they say, YOLO, you only live once. And what does that mean? It means that you should seize every opportunity in doing what is best for you. So seize every opportunity to have fun, seize every opportunity to ensure that the people around you feel loved and cared for. So you only live once. The memories that you have, you know, that's what is paramount for you. So if you do your life right, if you live your life right, once is enough. That is living a life without regrets. Most times people start to regret things that they did not do. So you look back and you say, I wish I did this, I wish I did that, or I wish I did this better. Well, if you do it in the first place, you would not even live that life of regrets, wishing you did certain things. You know, most people, when they are old and you ask them for words of wisdom, most times they will tell you, just live your life to the fullest, live your life the best way you can, your most authentic self. And they tell you, do all of the things that you want to do, because when you're old, you probably do not have the strength anymore. And you start to wish you did everything. You start to wish you turned every stone. You start to wish you opened every door. You start to wish you took all of the opportunities that came your way. And that's what this quote by Mae West is saying this morning, that you only live once. But if you do it right, if you do it the right way, that once is enough. nobody's promised another life. We don't know if there is another life or there's an afterlife after this when you come back again. But you see, this one that you have right now, it is important that you make the best of it. So what are you doing today? How are you ensuring that your life is what you want it to be, that you're living right? Are you going out? Are you having fun? Are you getting that much needed rest that you should be having? Well, now is the time to take care of yourself, take care of your mental health, take care of your body, and take care of the people around you. So you only live once. But when you do it right, without any regrets, without any stone unturned, you will make sure that that once is enough. All right, that's it for our quote of the day. Moving over to some top trending stories this morning. It says Nigerians, well, we don't know what Nigerians want. That's what APC governors are saying. Governors from the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, have stated that they do not understand the reasons behind the planned nationwide protest scheduled for August 1 to 10, 2024. Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, PFG chairman, invited protest organizers to discuss their grievances directly to find solutions. Uzodinma urged Nigerians to avoid demonstrations at this time due to ongoing issues like insecurity, economic challenges, and efforts to improve living conditions. He called on citizens to be patient and not be swayed into causing unrest, emphasizing national unity and the need to address current challenges collectively. The APC governors expressed a commitment to improving the nation by creating jobs and enhancing prosperity for all citizens. They advised against protests to avoid exacerbating existing issues like insecurity, economic hardship, and social unrest, stressing the need for collective efforts to overcome these challenges. And now, I understand what Hope Uzodinma is saying, but the funny part is these same things that you just talked about is the reason why people are wanting to protest in the first place. We're talking about insecurity. We're talking about lack of jobs. We're talking about economic hardship. And you're saying that people should not protest at this time because of the insecurity in the country, because of the economic hardship. Meanwhile, that is even the reason why they need to protest in the first place, because things are hard for everybody. Things are hard for Nigerians. Nigerians are not living in the best conditions at the moment. So if you're saying you don't know what Nigerians want, then that begs the question that, are you not in Nigeria? Don't you listen to what the people are saying? At the end of the day, what democracy is all about is to ensure that you listen to the people. It's government for the people and by the people. And so if you're saying that you don't even know what Nigerians want, that means you're not close to the people. That means you don't know what we want. That means how else can you even help us if you don't know what we want in the first place? I'm sure what Nigerians are asking for is just better living conditions. We want quality education, we want good infrastructure, we want good healthcare system, we want to feel secured in our homes, we want better welfare packages. These are several things that we want, and then that's what we're asking for. And then obviously a better economy. If the economy is dwindling this much and inflation is at an all-time high, then how do you expect people not to say anything? I mean, I'm never really one for protest. I don't think everyone just wants to go out in the streets and protest carrying placards. But regardless, there are people who want to make their voices heard. And if they're doing it in the best way possible by just stating the facts and you're not listening to them, then sometimes they have to take the bull by the horn, and maybe it means going out to protest. So saying that because of certain things right now in the country, such as insecurity, economic hardship, people shouldn't protest, that is counterproductive, because that is even the reason why they need to protest in the first place. So you saying that is not going to help matters. Instead, you should be talking about ways to ensure that Nigerians have a better living condition. If you're talking about job creation, if you're talking about sorting out the economy, yes. But aside saying it, it shouldn't just be empty promises like we've been used to. It should be you showing measures. It should be you showing the policies that you want to put in place to ensure that we'll be fine, to ensure that our economy will be better. If you're just saying, we will do this, we will do that, when is that day going to come? When are Nigerians going to say, yes, I love my country, I am proud of my country is flourishing, and we're not thinking of how to move away, looking for greener pastures in other countries? Every single day you go to the airport, a lot of people are there, and they're looking for a way to, in our language, jackpot, because they feel like Nigeria is not just the best right now, and then they can't even maximize or utilize all of their potentials here in Nigeria. The economy is not so great. Imagine businesses finding it hard to do business. There are so many businesses that are closing down at this time because they cannot stay afloat. There are families that go to bed hungry because they cannot put food on their table. There are lots of school children that are out of schools because they cannot pay the fees or buy the books or even buy uniforms. There are people who are living on the streets because we do not have affordable housing for these people. Our roads are depleting, so many potholes, that in fact our cars are now being bad due to the potholes on the road. So what are we talking about? Transportation is so expensive because obviously fuel, which is the essential commodity to make sure that you move from point A to point B, is expensive as well. The cost of doing business is expensive because of this same commodity. So what are we talking about? If you have any form of illness right now, having to even buy the drugs, the medication for you to feel better, you might not even be able to have that money. If there was an emergency situation right now, are you sure that you're going to go into the hospital and you'll be treated and you're not scared that you might just die? So what are we talking about? There are so many issues that can be highlighted here in Nigeria. And I know that we come here and, we talk about all of these issues. But the reason why we even talk about it in the first place is because we want it fixed. And that's why we're calling on the government. We need you to fix these issues. You can't just sit there in your high horses and say that you do not know what we want. Of course you know what we want. We've clearly stated what we want, and all we just need you to do right now is to meet us somewhere. Let's start somewhere. Let's start fixing our nation. Let's start fixing our economy. So don't say you don't know what we want. Instead, say, how can I be better? How can I serve you better? So the All Progressive Congress, you are the ruling party right now. Please help us fix our nation. And of course, if you are doing the right thing, we will commend you. We're not just going to come here and berate you all the time. No, we will say, yes, we can see that our economy is working. We can see that this party, this ruling party, they are doing everything in the best interest of Nigerians. And so we will commend you. But of course, you have to give unto Caesar what is due to Caesar. If you do not deserve that right now, we are still going to speak up for what is right. And that is our fundamental human right, to be able to have that freedom of expression. I'm hoping that we'll have a Nigeria that one day we would say, yes, we've been through all of this in the past, but we have a better country, not just for ourselves right now, but for our children unborn, the generations to come that would also inherit this land. So hopefully, we all start to put our hands in the plow and we start to do the work right now. It starts with me, it starts with you in your little corner today. Anyways, let's move over to another top trending story. This says, Osun Delta fine Meta, Google for tax evasion. Tax authorities in Osun and Delta State have fined Google Nigeria $150 million and Meta Platforms Incorporated $200 million for alleged non-remittance of withholding tax from 2020 to the present. The fines are related to withholding tax not paid on digital services provided to content creators and entertainers in the states. Both companies were given a 14-day notice to comply with the tax demands, with penalties including potential prosecution for non-compliance. The state's Internal Revenue Services emphasized that withholding tax is required by law and must be remitted to the appropriate authorities. The state's tax authorities have been in contact with the companies since October 2023 without resolution, and further legal action may be pursued if compliance is not achieved. Withholding tax is a must. Of course, if you're in any nation, or if you're in any state, you have to, of course, pay taxes, because that is how we build a nation. That is how you even have a place to come and do business in the first place. So with Google and Meta having to avoid these taxes, I'm wondering why, because you have enough money and you are making money. If you're making money from these states, then you should be able to pay back. So why are you withholding the taxes? I know there are so many people that try to, do their books in a way to ensure that there's some form of tax evasion, but that is wrong. That is illegal. You have to pay your taxes. It is important that you pay your taxes, especially if you're getting money from that said country or from that said state. So with Meta and Google, I think they just need to ensure that they do the needful. If they've been having conversations with you since October, right now, you should be looking at ensuring that your books are better. Because another thing is, if you're not paying your taxes, aside the fact that they might take some legal action against you, but we might just even say we don't want you anymore. Because you're coming here, you're taking funds from here, but you're not willing to pay taxes, and which is just how many % of your revenue. So I think it's important that Meta and Google look at this, ensure that your books are right, pay your taxes, and everybody's fine. Our final top trending story says 5 workers dead as building under construction in Lagos collapses. A building under construction collapsed in the Maryland area of Lagos at 3:49 a.m. on Thursday, resulting in the death of 5 workers. Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, confirmed the collapse and reported that 5 adult males were found dead while 4 others were rescued alive. Search and rescue operations were conducted with the help of LASEMA and the Lagos State Fire Service, and an excavator was deployed to assist in the rescue efforts. The victims, all site workers, received pre-hospital care at the scene before being transported to the hospital, and the State Environment Health Monitoring Unit was contacted for the deceased. Building collapses have been a recurring issue in Lagos, with similar incidents reported in recent weeks due to factors like flooding. First question is, who are the people giving out these permits? Because, like we said, building collapses have been a recurring issue recently. You've been hearing of so many buildings collapsing. There was one that even happened in Abuja with school children in it. You've heard of several ones here in Lagos. So why are we giving permits to buildings that we're not sure that they can withstand whatever it is? Because if you're saying flooding, you should be able to prepare for that. If it's wind, you should be able to prepare for that. So the building, I think it starts from the management there, the environmental management, because why would you be giving permits? These are people's lives we're talking about. Imagine 5 people are dead. First, I'd like to say that my heart goes out to the people who lost their lives in this building and the families as well. Like, we pray that God gives them the fortitude to bear this loss. But look at this. These are people's breadwinners that have lost their life just because of negligence. Because I don't think there's anything that we can say aside negligence. It could have been anything, I understand. But these are preventive things. It could have been prevented and ensured that, no lives would be lost. A lot of times, most of these contractors, the people that build these houses, they build with substandard products. And before you know it, it will tell the test of time. Of course, sometimes this building will collapse. It might not collapse immediately, like this one, which is still under construction. Sometimes it might be much later when people have even moved into these houses. But I think we need to look at what the building permits are. You cannot build a 10-story building in a small land with a very shallow foundation. No, it has to be deeply rooted. It has to be down on the ground so that, it can stand the test of time and the building is strong. And then you're using the right products, standard products, not substandard products, that you're just using to cut costs, cut corners, and ensure that you maximize your profits. That is not how you maximize your profits. You do not maximize your profits with people's lives at stake. People have died right now, which is quite sad and unfortunate. Anyways, like I said, my heart goes out to, these people who have lost their lives. And we just hope that the Lagos state government, not just the Lagos state government, even the federal government, every state government as well, start to look at this in their individual states and ensure that they're giving building permits to only the buildings that deserves it. All right, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break, we'll look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. As Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So
I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself for what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tip, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross.
Stay with us, you're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take global stories making headlines in our national dailies this morning. And joining us to review the papers is Jide Johnson. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, as always. All right, so we'll be starting with The Punch this morning. And The Punch leads with Tinubu rallies NSA monarchs as hunger protest looms. The riders here says President meets APC governors, Oni, Sultan, clerics as planned protest gains momentum. Another rider says opposition charges Tinubu to address Nigerians. Army DSS alleged plot to force regime change. However, aside the fact that this is being carried on The Punch on other newspapers as well, that is their headline. On the Vanguard, it says protests. No government will condone destruction of lives and property, and that is being said by the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And on the Guardian, it says planned protests. Military warns against violence as DSS reveals plots to cause chaos. So there is a protest slated for August 1, and the protest is #EndBadGovernance. And so people are already going out and talking about it. It's gaining momentum at the moment. But on the other hand, the government is saying, well, some of the government officials have said they do not know what Nigerians want. Some others have said, oh, because of everything that is going on, the economic hardship, the insecurity, they don't think now is the best time to go out and protest. Others are still talking about the fact that there are people who are not going to be doing their day's job. So, of course, you're not going to be making money in, right? However, let's talk about how important it is to make our voices heard to these people. Because if we're deciding to go out into the streets to protest, I don't think anybody who has a full belly, who has everything going on for them, who have a system that is working, would just want to go out into the street to protest. But with the fact that, President Tinubu has said no destruction of lives and properties, other government officials have said we don't think you should protest, I would like to get your take on all that is happening right now.
The interesting thing is that the government has even highlighted the issues raised.
Yeah, exactly.
For the protest, and the government, through its action or inaction, has even given more publicity to the issue of the protest or no protest, because you could see that from the executive to the legislature at the state, local, and federal level, they've been running helter-skelter in the last few days, even engaging traditional rulers and even religious leaders, even some organized democratic institutions like the National Association of Nigerian Students, the Nigerian Labour Congress, speaking against the process invariably giving life to issues that have led to the call for the protest. As far as I'm concerned, the beauty of democracy is the majority will have their way, minority will have their say. And democracy is about giving an opportunity for people to express their dissent, to express their dissent. So you must be ready to take dissenting views and not destructive actions. So there is a difference between destructive actions, which everybody should find out, but there should be opportunity for people to express their dissenting view, to express what they feel. And with the way the government has gone about it, it is more or less like the government is not open to dissenting views, not ready to tolerate any contrary opinion that does not support the position of the government. And you could see that not even from the body language of the government, even from the actions of the actors and players in government, as well as what the government has done with respect to dealing with criticisms within its own system and within the institution of governance in Nigeria. Let's take the National Assembly, for example. You know what happened to Ningi, Senator Ningi from Bauchi State. You know what happened to Senator Ndume from Borno South. So if you take all of that into consideration, it will tell you that as far as this government is concerned, they are not ready to tolerate dissenting view, and I'm not sure they are ready for any meaningful development, because you must allow dissenting view. In democracy, majority will have their way, minority will have their say. That will give you the opportunity to feel the pulse of the people. It is very, very clear that those that are in leadership at the national level, at the state level, are far away from the reality of an average. And protest is a fundamental human right. As long as it does not infringe on the right of others, as long as it does not lead to destruction of properties. We saw what happened in the United States of America, for example, when Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli president, addressed the Congress. You had people protesting throughout Washington, and then they were only prevented from destroying public property and what have you. Not a single arrest was made, even when they sent the American flag on fire, removed the American flags and all of that. No, I'm not saying that whatever we want to do in Nigeria should come. I'm not approving such behavior. Yeah. What I'm saying is that democracy allows for dissenting view. You need consenting and dissenting view for you to build society. And it's very clear that the effort that the government has used in addressing this issue of this protest across board, that effort should be directed also to address the issues that has led to the call for the protest. If the effort that the army, the security agencies have put in place, if they put that effort alone to address the security challenges that we have, I'm sure we will not have the security problems which we have. If they put that effort to address the inflation that has eaten deep into every fabrics of Nigerians' personal economy, family economy, then we won't have this issue of having. They may try to stop the protest, but they can't stop what is the reality of what an average Nigerian is going through with respect to what has led to the call for the protest. In actual sense, if you follow conversation and discussion on various platforms, media platforms, social media platforms, you see that when you are saying that who are those that are responsible, what is the face of this protest, what's the cause? You see they listed hunger, cost of living, all of that. They listed all of those items. And if I were the president, what I would have done, or what I would do, is just to do a national address and appeal to all, and appeal to everybody that, you know what, this is not the time for protest. If we protest, we set the clock of reviving this economy, we set it back, and it's time for everybody to put hands on deck. Give us some time. We can assure you understand your pain, we understand what is going on in the country, but we are trying our best, and people will reason.
It's interesting that you're even saying that, because even the opposition have said that the president should address the country. And I think that comes from a place of care. That comes from a place of understanding that this president or this government cares about its people and the welfare of its people. Because having to just be quiet about it and say no destruction of lives and properties, do you feel like sometimes it comes off as oh, just do whatever you want to do, but make sure you just don't destroy anything. And regardless, I'm still going to do what I'm going to do.
It's very clear. Now they said there will be national protest. The National Assembly quickly rose and went on recess. And went on recess for seven. They won't be back until September. I think they went on recess for 7 weeks.
Yeah.
It's for me. I don't know whether there's a need for us to send. Well, it's still the same actors and players, so there's nothing left for them to learn. Because I think sometimes I wonder whether we need to send our elected representative to go to school, about schools for training, for them to understand the art and science of public governance, for them to understand their rules and their responsibility, what should be the way they should conduct themselves and manage the affairs of the nation. Because even if it's a company, for example, can the management of a corporate organization decides to go on vacation when there's a looming issue that requires attention. So that's the disposition. My usual conclusion is the classic Michael Jackson song. All I want to say, quote, all I want to say is they don't really care about us, unquote. So it's they are far away from reality. The reality on ground is that Nigerians are not comfortable and they need answers. And the answers could be provided when you address them, talk to them. They will reason with you, not for you to be using latent and covert threats. You know, I've listened to different threats that has been given. We will not do this, we will not. As if we are in a military regime. People have right to protest. I can do a one-man protest and go to the state house in Lagos and tell the governor that, governor, I'm not satisfied with the state of our road in my community. We can do a state. I can do 4, 5, 6, 10 of us can do a protest and go to the State House of Assembly and protest that we are not satisfied with what is happening with respect to the cost of living in Lagos. What are you members of Lagos State House of Assembly doing that? That's at the state level. So the right to protest is the right of every citizen. It's the right of every citizen. In democracy, you have the right to dissent. Dissent, not destructive action. The two should be separated. You have the right to dissent. And if people want to express their dissent, they should be given the opportunity. Now, once you are trying to stifle that, you are just building momentum for what you may not have control over in the future.
So I know that this is supposed to be a peaceful protest, and we just hope that it is not being hijacked. But do you think that we're going to get the results that this protest is slated to have? For instance, of course, people have cried out for hunger, for insecurity, for lack of certain developments in the country. Do you think that with this protest, they would listen to us and do what is right by us?
Well, the various institutions that are ready for civil action, whether civil disobedience or civil support, have been infiltrated. Look at the Nigerian Labour Congress, look at the Trade Union Congress, look at the National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS. These are the live wire of civil action in democratic society. So what has happened to them? You've seen all of these bodies releasing statements saying that they are not part and parcel of any protest. So what meaningful protest do you want to achieve when the organized civil society that should be the voice of the people in democracy, highlighting and advocating for the protection and preservation of the interest of the masses have become part and parcel of the established order? They become bourgeoisies rather than be fighting for the interest of the working class. So what do you want to achieve? You can imagine. I have said it over time that we don't have organized civil society in Nigeria again. They are dead. We don't have the National Association of Nigerian Students. It is dead. We don't have even the Nigerian Labour Congress or the Trade Union Congress, the NLC, the Labour Union. They are dead. It's very clear because I can say that for a fact. Because why in the 90s, you can't compare the Labour unions and the student unions and the organized civil society with what happens in the 90s when we are under military administration, or in the 80s or in the 70s, are organized even under military.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, sorry. Even can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead.
You be hearing my voice. I don't know what. Okay, so you can have all of that compared to what we have now, where everything has become politicized. They become part and parcel of when they even identify with political parties. When you have labor leaders using the labor leadership as a platform for them to seek public offices, that's the challenge which you have. So, as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing meaningful we can achieve with the present crop of organized civil society that we have, and then the Nigerian Labour Congress that we have in Nigeria now. So I don't think you can achieve any meaningful thing with respect to that. Even those that are meant to listen said they are not interested in listening, and they are just justifying their views and their position that everything is all right and everything is fine.
Well, I mean, I just hope that it is as impactful as people want it to be. Because the reason why people are even going out in the first place is just to make their voices heard, to amplify what they've been talking about. So hopefully the government listens to that, and then they just do what is right by the people.
The government has amplified it for the people. It's clear. Listen, my dear, the government has already, in fact, I don't think there's any need for example, how many people knew that August 1st was meant for protest until government
started talking about it.
So, how many people knew what the issues are until the government, through its various agencies and personnel, were highlighting? How many people knew about it when traditional rulers become compromised and be talking about Oru or no Oru? We appear.
There's also that as well. All right, let's just go quickly. We don't have a lot of time. Let's just go quickly to other stories. So here on The Punch, it says, probe, National Assembly summons NNPC Dangote over $10 billion oil theft. On the Vanguard, it says, alleged sabotage, Senate summons petroleum, finance ministers, NNPCL, CBN, NPA, and others. So this is about sabotage, oil theft. There's just a lot going on in the oil and gas sector. And Dangote has said, someone or some set of people, a cabal, has been trying to sabotage his refinery. And some people have come out to say, rather some government officials have said, Dangote's products are substandard. There's just a lot going on, and I want to get your take on this. The fact that all these people, all these key players right now are being summoned, do you think we'll get to that point where there is some form of dialogue and there's some form of understanding, and Dangote can go ahead and make sure that his refinery is up and running, especially for us in Nigeria, and of course bringing in revenue, because the Gabonese president is already exploring opportunities of him having to start a business there, which is the cement business. But that's just to tell you that there are other countries as well that might just be looking at him and trying to poach him. So how are we ensuring that our own local investor that we have here, we're ensuring that the business environment is okay for them to thrive? Do you think the fact that the Senate is summoning all of these players would actually lead to that?
First, let's talk about the need for government to get foreign direct investment in Nigeria. You know, I've said it over time that what you need to do is to stimulate the economy locally and let Nigerians grow the economy. Let you have local investors. That would be an attraction. You invite partners from foreign countries to come and partner with them to grow the economy, rather than for the governors and the president to be traveling and jockeying throughout the length and breadth of the world, saying that they are looking for foreign direct investment. That's the simplest excuse they give to travel abroad. And it's very clear that the way you treat your local investors will send signal globally whether you are ready to tolerate businesses coming into your economy. And it's the issue of the National Assembly. What has happened to the probe concerning the National Assembly? You remember the probe concerning National Assembly involving Femi Otedola and this particular House of Rep member that was the chairman of House Committee on Finance. I can't remember his name now, from Kano State, one powerful House of Rep member under Obasanjo and Yar'Adua's administration. I can't recall his name. He was two-time House of Rep member. What happened to that particular probe? And if you are in Nigeria and you pay attention to my salary is fixed, I don't have all the allowances that the House of Rep members or the senators or public officers have access to. If you fuel your car, until Dangote raised that issue, that's when you begin to question some certain things. It's very clear. You buy fuel at 568 at a government control. And I've asked my friend and I've asked them, compare the burning, the time frame with which, based on distance, with which this fuel is exhausted, compared with other ones that you bought at 605 or 6010, and then you know that you are just being taken for a ride with the 568 prices they are selling, that the petroleum product are substandard. And when Dangote came out and said it validated my observation. Observation is the first scientific methodology that God gave to man. The ability to observe, the ability. Nobody teaches a child to put food in his mouth. He observes what happens in his environment. That people don't put food in their noses, they put it in their mouth. So it's very clear that there are people that are making money out of this. Because we said we did not, the government said they removed subsidy. Yet after a while they now told us that they are paying subsidy. Yet we are paying much more than what we are paying a year ago. Then something is really wrong somewhere. So you don't need Dangote, you don't even need, the National Assembly should bury their heads in sand. They should be very, very ashamed of themselves, because you don't need Dangote to tell you, because they have an oversight function to look at what is happening in that particular sector. But what do? They don't know what they do. As far as their allowances are paid, and as far as they have access to their salaries and their perks, and as far as they had what is attached to their oversight function, they are comfortable. They are comfortable.
All right.
So
it's quite unfortunate, but I want to get your comments on this final story in just 1 minute, because we have to go. On The Guardian, it leads with development commissions without development. It says region citizens languish amid proliferation of political SPVs, that's special purpose vehicles. And so, of course, the NDDC was created to ensure that they develop the Niger Delta region. But you're seeing lots of roads that are not being met, that are not being developed. You're seeing so many projects that are just left undone. What do you think about this? The fact that there are regions that are still not being developed, even though there's been a commission for that purpose?
Well, create jobs for the boys and create special purpose vehicle to have access to public funds, and then you have multi-layered agencies dealing with what is the essence of all the ministries at the federal level and at the state level. Are we practicing regional government? Is the federal government trying to create another layer between the federal government and the state government by creating these development agencies in the? It's only the southwest and the north central that don't have yet. All the four other regions, the northwest, the northeast, the south, and the southeast, have now gotten that. What's the essence? What is the essence of those layer governance? What is the essence of it? Is it not duplication of responsibility? Yeah. Are they not avenue to siphon public funds? Is it not also an avenue to increase the cost of governance, because you are going to create offices, you are going to create personnel, you are going to create all manners of offices for that, and then you are going to buy them official cars, give them allowances, salaries and wages, and then I don't know.
Well, it's quite unfortunate.
Like you said, there's no development to show. You have the NDDC. You take a trip. I just took a trip to I had to come through Ogun State back to Lagos State. Some section of the road were fantastic, but between Ijebu-Ode and Shagamu, it's horrible and it's terrible. Wow. And it's been like that for years. It's been like that for years, and you wonder that what's okay. You have two major outlets out of Lagos. One is to go to Lagos Ibadan Expressway, or you go to Shagamu or Expressway. Okay, so now if those are two major outlets from your major commercial cities, from where you have your largest functional port, where people come to move and where also you move petroleum products. These are two major roads you move petroleum products across the length and breadth of Nigeria, and the roads are completely.
Well, we really hope that the government is doing something, because these are part of the issues that people are crying about. We do not have good development. We lack infrastructure, good infrastructure in Nigeria. So we hope that all of these commissions, if we need to even cut the cost of governance in these areas, we should start to do that and use the money to actually develop Nigeria. Jide, we want to say thank you so much.
To maintain those routes. It's cheaper to maintain the existing routes, make it functional, than create new routes that put extra burden on
our revenue. I agree with you. We have to go now, sadly. We've run out of time, but we want to say thank you so much for coming and sharing your valuable contributions. It's always a pleasure reviewing the papers with you. Thank you so much.
It always makes my day, starting my Friday with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we've been speaking with Jide Johnson. He's a public affairs analyst, and we've just been taking global stories making headlines in our national dailies. We'll go on a short break now, and when we return, we'll be talking about the potential security issues with the planned protests. Please stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, we'll be discussing the planned protest and the potential security issues around it. The Ekiti State Police Command has been instructed to raid vulcanizers' shops and seize all unused tires to prevent their use in blocking roads during the upcoming nationwide protest starting August 1, 2024. A police directive warns divisional police officers, DPOs, that any area with burning fires during the protest will face sanctions. The directive follows intelligence reports suggesting that unused tires might be used by protesters to cause disruptions. The public relations officer of Ekiti State Police, Sunday Abutu, emphasized that while peaceful protest is a right, any form of protest involving violence or property destruction is unacceptable. Authorities, including the presidency and military, have cautioned against the protest, urging for national healing after previous unrest. Joining us to have a conversation on this is Augustine Ega, as a security expert. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. It's my pleasure.
Yeah. All right. So we're talking about a nationwide protest slated for August 1. And now the president has come out to say we will not condone any destruction of properties or even lives as well. And so many people have been against this protest because of insecurity. So they're saying there's insecurity in the land. Now is not the time for this protest. But I want to get your take. What are some key challenges you think they might have, especially when you look at the last one, which was the EndSARS protest that gained so much momentum? And then at some point, it felt like it was being hijacked and people started to, destroy properties, and even some lives were lost as well. So what are some key challenges you think we might have with this protest?
Okay, I think this protest is more violent prone than even the EndSARS. Because the EndSARS was like some people were aggrieved by the way they were ill-treated by the SARS divisions, had to take their fight, or let me say to protest peacefully, because I witnessed that protest at Tollgate. It was peaceful. And I knew it was going to turn violent in a few days because it was not de-escalated. But in this case, it's something that affects a wider, in the nation as a whole. So we see that it's a protest that almost everyone will agree to be a part of this protest, directly or indirectly. Everyone is feeling the economic impact. So in this case, it is very possible that it's not going to be peaceful. This protest will not be peaceful. The hijack is very possible and violent. It could turn violent at any time.
Hello, sir.
I can hear you.
Okay. So you're saying it could turn violent at any time. So what can we do to mitigate this, to ensure that it doesn't turn violent? Because I don't think anyone, because even for the president to say that, you know what, we will not condone this, how can we ensure that this protest is as peaceful as possible? And now this is speaking to the organizers.
First of all, is to identify the key organizers of this protest. They need to find them out. They need to know where's their starting point. Like you mentioned intelligence from the government authorities. Yeah. They need to deploy their intelligence network. They need to find out who are these people and where will they start the protest from. Like what we have in Ekiti, they have been able to see certain areas, take some actions by putting away tires and all of those things that could be used for blockade. So they need to spot where. If it's Lagos, of course, Lagos is the heartbeat, and some other states like Abuja, Lagos, and Port Harcourt, and some of those key cities, they need to know where they will start this protest. Lagos, we can easily forecast that Lagos is always from Ikeja. So they need to know, deploy their police network, deploy their intelligence, deploy the armed men and even unarmed people to ensure that they receive status reports on what is going on at all times.
So for the government now, I'm sure the reason why lots of people want to come out to protest is they have certain concerns about the economy, about insecurity, about food inflation. So there's so many things, right? And then we've seen cases whereby they would just, it's almost like a threat, really, and tell you not to. So for the government officials, how do you think they can ensure that you know, we're at peace, sort of, because some opposition parties have even called on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to address Nigerians, and that might just be a way. But I want to get your take. What do you think the government should be doing right now? Fine, I know lots of people want to go out into the street to protest come August 1, but how can the government ensure that they start to douse the tension and, you know, just the momentum that this protest is gaining, they douse it and ensure that we do not even have it in the first place, or even if we do, there's some form of respite that the people can have?
Yes, I think communication is the major tool in de-escalating crisis, and this should be applied at the right time, not the wrong time. Yeah. So this is the time, the target date has been set for a time period, I think almost a week now, and the advice that I've given to President Tinubu to go ahead and start addressing the nation is one aspect. And now, on the ground, they need to find out those guys that are the key actors that would spearhead this protest and also engage them. They have to be all-round engagement in terms of discussions to ensure that they de-escalate. De-escalation should not be later. This is the right time to de-escalate crisis and get people to the round table and discuss, because everybody in Nigeria is affected. If you are not affected by insecurity, you are affected by the other side of the economy. So it is everybody seems to buy into this protest. So the government, headed by our honorable president, our president Tinubu, really need to do something right now. It's something, the clock is ticking. They need to do something immediately so that we don't break into total chaos. Because I'm not sure that we are going to come out. When we start, I'm not sure that we are going to come out with this. But people are really out for it.
So if we look at other countries like Kenya and even Bangladesh, we've seen where protests arise. So for Kenya, the people said they did not want the finance bill and they were not going to pay for that. And we've seen how it turned out, and in this case, it turned violent. So for Nigerians now, how do we balance that, you know, the security aspect, and also have to express our grievances the way we want to? How do we balance both of them to ensure that no lives will be lost and there would be no destruction of properties as well?
Just like we've discussed over again, police play a key role in this. Police are always the team that should be contacted. Even when you want to carry out a non-violent protest, you should indicate that with the Nigerian police so that they can give you cover for that period and to ensure that they don't turn violent. So that is the major aspect of police in things like this. So I think, but right now, whether police, I know from the intelligence, they will know which people and where it will start from. They should be at that place even before the protest begins. So they should take charge of some of those streets and the major roads that this protest will take place, so that they will be able to stop any form of violence.
Yeah. So from what you're saying, instead of the government saying do not protest, do not go out into the streets to protest, what they should be looking at is having to secure the places that this protest is going to happen. So ensuring that they're deploying people there to just make sure that everyone feels safe. But if they're saying do not protest, it's almost like a threat and it's counterproductive. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, of course. The government has to be proactive with their measures. You don't use only one measure to solve problems. Now, while the dialogue is going on, what if the dialogue fails? What if they say they will still protest? So what will the government be doing? Of course, the police have to be at those major roads and major streets to ensure to proactively mitigate any form of violence that will occur. So that's how to go about it. The police will still do their job, the military, the intelligence, or they will still be everywhere, because if they allow it to go, this kind of protest can even overthrow a government, I can tell you, because people are too aggrieved about it. And we don't know how weaponized they are right now to carry on with this protest. We don't know how equipped they are, so which is why they have to do everything possible to ensure that they de-escalate this crisis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with what you've just said, right, there's been so many people that have come out to give so many expert opinions, some of which, we need to go back to a parliamentary system of government. Another, we need to have like regional heads. Another is, let's probably go back to military regime. So there's been so many things with this now and where we currently are in Nigeria. What do you think should work for us, especially knowing that security is a huge challenge in our nation? So when you're talking about different or divergent opinions, are we looking at state police? What are certain measures that you think the government needs to start to look at to be able to address all of these issues that is even causing the protests in the first place?
I think they already have a structure that we believe that if they build on it, it will work for them, or it will work for all of us. I was going through and I saw that Mr. President has signed into bill the Southeast Commission. We have the Niger Delta and the Northwest. I'm sure these are steps, even if they are denying the fact that they don't want to go the old way of a regional system, indirectly they are still trying to bring in this kind of commission team where you gather people from the same region to solve their problems and to build economic advantage for themselves. I think that is one step that will help Nigeria to move forward, because if they come as a block, I think they will be able to harness their resources together and solve their problem and then move forward economically. But the way we are now, every state, and they are even asking, some people are even asking for more states, which is not the solution to our problems. But I'm sure that this commission thing that they have signed into law, they have signed into bill, I'm sure that these will help gradually to look inward into the problems of every region and then come up with solutions that will solve the problems in those areas, be it security and be it economic challenges. I'm sure this will work for us.
So I know that having the right to protest is a fundamental human right. So you should be able to go out and express yourself. You should be able to go out and express your concerns. And that's the beauty of democracy. Democracy is letting the government officials know what you want, how you want it, and you expect that to be done. Now, in going out to express yourself, which is probably going into the street to have a protest, how are you sure that you would be safe and secure? Because you would hear of cases, especially cases in the past, where people were being picked up, put in the Black Maria, arrested, just because they were peacefully protesting. So how can Nigerians be sure that they will even be safe? And then you know that you're not going against the legal framework of the country. So on one hand, we have the authorities doing their job, and on the other hand, we have Nigerians still abiding by the guidelines and the rules for protesting.
Yeah, I think if many people are going with different mindsets. There are some that are going with a non-violent mindset, and there are some who are armed that are going with a violent approach. And so it depends on the approach everyone is going with.
So how do we have that balance?
Yes. So if you're non-violent, I'm sure that your approach, people will know. Some people just carry placards and then that is non-violent. Yeah. But I'm sure that there are some people who will be high with substance and they will even have weapons that they will want to fight in case they are being intimidated by law enforcement. And that's not the right approach right now. It should be non-violent. From my own perspective, it should be non-violent.
Okay, so but from your take now, do you think that this protest would be impactful, especially when it comes to expressing concerns? Do you think the government officials, the people who are in power, would actually listen and do what is right by the people?
I'm sure even right now they are panicking. It's not as if they don't understand the problems of Nigeria. They do understand the problems.
Pardon me, Hope Uzodinma has said they don't know what Nigerians want, and they don't know what we want with this protest. So they think it's a bad idea. We shouldn't go out into the streets. They have made promises, but we don't know when all of those things are going to happen. So if you say that they don't know what we want, they are telling us that they don't know what we want.
I think it's a self-denial. Because we are the one wearing the shoes. They are somewhere there having it cool there and doing the things they like. So this impression that they give the people who are in the government quarters, I mean the people at the top, they give the people down here that are supposed to give them the actual information of what's happening in the economy. They try to tell them that there's nothing happening. I think I've been privy to hear this, that even the former person sometimes don't even know what is going on. What are the newspapers saying every day? They have their own kind of newspapers they read. I want to believe that except they have their own newspapers that they are reading, if they are reading the newspaper that you and I are reading, they should know that we are in crisis situation right now. So if you say they don't know what is going on, that means they have their own newspapers. They are following their own media. But if you are following the media that you and I are on right now, they should know that there is problem in Nigeria.
So finally, obviously this process is going to start from little pockets and different places in the country. Let's just talk about the role of the leaders. So community leaders, people that are just high up there, how can they all ensure? For instance, even Lagos State, as we know, might have a peaceful protest. But for other states where you know that maybe the East, the Southeast, where you know that things easily get violent, how can we all just ensure a peaceful protest and make sure that our voices are heard at the end of the day?
I'm sure that the way they do their campaigns for elections, they identify their key principles and they're able to mobilize even from the ward level, even to the state level in the elections. These people are not faceless. They know from the ward level where the problem will start. They know people who are the key actors in every ward level down to the state. So if they really want to support a peaceful protest, I'm sure they should start discussing from that level. The politicians, they know. Because one thing that I feel that the politicians should be involved is that this kind of protest can even instigate some terrorist attack. And that's another dangerous point we should look at. They can take advantage, not even normal criminals, but we know that real terrorists can take advantage of this protest in some areas and begin to bombard Nigeria. So we should know that right now we are not in a safe ground. Let us look at the international site where we have Mali, we have Burkina Faso, we have Niger on one side. They are breaking away from ECOWAS. That also, there are factors that if we are not careful, we have a prison break in Niger. There's a prison break that was announced in Niger. And so these criminals, we don't know where they are. So with this peaceful protest or this protest that is going to take place, these criminals could take advantage and then do something terrible in Nigeria. So which is why, no matter how aggrieved we are, I still believe that we should find a way to express ourselves other than violence.
All right. Hopefully people go out come August 1, and then we really hope that it's going to be a peaceful protest. We hope that it would not be hijacked. We hope that all of our security forces will do all they can to ensure that they douse the tension and just allow people to express themselves the best way they can, peacefully. Augustine, we want to say thank you so much for coming. It's always a pleasure having you on our program. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, we'll be speaking with Augustine Ega. He's a security expert, and we've just been looking at the potential security and threats facing the planned protests. We'll go on a short break now, and when we return, we'll be discussing the fact that the Senate has invited Dangote, NNPCL, and others over alleged economic sabotage. Please stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts, and even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness, but like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be as
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. The Nigerian Senate plans to summon key entities, including the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, Dangote Group, and Minister of State for Petroleum, Heineken Lukubiri, to address alleged economic sabotage in the petroleum sector. A 14-member Senate ad hoc committee formed on July 23 will investigate the expenditure on turnaround maintenance of state-owned refineries over the past decade and will hold a public hearing on September 10. The committee aims to uncover issues in the petroleum sector and is prepared to issue arrest warrants for heads of agencies who fail to attend their hearings. The summons follows a clash between Dangote Refinery and regulatory authorities over allegations of substandard products, which the NNPCL has denied, and has led to calls for the suspension of the NMDPR Chief Executive Farouk Ahmed. The controversy has sparked support from various Nigerian businessmen and politicians advocating for support for local entrepreneurs. Now, joining us to discuss this is Nick Aguli. He's a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Nick. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning to our viewers. And it's 1:37 a.m. here in Calgary, in Canada, as I speak to you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. All right, so we're talking about the issues between Dangote and the federal government, or the oil sector in general. In fact, there's been speculations that he's been rolling out substandard products, but of course, it has been denied, saying, no, we did not say that. That's what the NNPCL has been saying now. But I want to get your take on all of this, especially coming from an overview of the business environment. What's your comment on the fact that Dangote is facing this alleged sabotage in this same country where he's from? So he's a local investor who's putting his money here, trying to help grow our economy in the best way that he can. But there just seem to be some cabals or people who are trying to frustrate his efforts. So I want to get your take on this.
It is very unfortunate. Absolutely unfortunate what is happening between Dangote Refinery and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority on the one hand is shameful. It actually damages any gains that Mr. President could have made traveling around the world shopping for foreign direct investment into Nigeria. The world is watching what is happening to an investor who has put in about $20 billion in a refinery in Nigeria, and the statement that was issued, it wasn't even a statement, it was a video of somebody who is supposed to be a regulator, somebody who is supposed to protect the industry, regulate the industry, ensure that the industry is performing. And what we mean by that is the downstream petroleum sector in Nigeria coming out to speak the way he spoke. I'm not a psychologist. Perhaps psychologists could do a better professional analysis of how he spoke, but from my own personal perspective, he spoke like someone who is in pains, someone who is unhappy that a refinery is not coming to produce petroleum products locally. He spoke like somebody who wants a continuation of importation, somebody who you cannot expect a regulator. Look, to underscore what I'm saying, imagine that the central bank is the regulator of the banking industry. So the central bank governor comes on air in public on national television to say that Bank A is actually doing wrong things, their accounts are fake, they don't meet up standards. Bank A he is looking to be a monopoly. Bank A, we're not going to agree to that. Bank A wants to. What does that mean? It means the central bank wants the bank to go down. Otherwise, matters between regulators and the operators within that system are handled in official circles. That regulators are communicating with operators is a normal course of business. As we speak today, the NCC, which is the Nigerian Communication Commission, as a regulator of the telecoms sector, is communicating with MTN, Airtel, Glo, and Nine Mobile. The same thing with Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission is communicating with the oil operators in Nigeria. Central Bank is communicating with banks, but none of these regulators come out to the public to demarcate one of the operators in their sector. So for me, Farouk Ahmed, the leader, the head of Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, that he is still in his job today, I think President Tinubu is here to take the decisive action that he needs to take.
Well, it's been said that, you know, he should be sanctioned for making such a careless statement. But before we even circle back to Dangote, of course, there's been a need for our own refineries to start working. And there's been a lot of money that have been invested into these refineries. All of our refineries, none is functioning at the moment. They had said the Port Harcourt refinery was going to start sometime in June, but that did not happen. It's been moved to August. Kaduna refinery has been said to at least be open by December. But these are things that they keep saying or making promises that we never see come to fruition. We have about 4 refineries in Nigeria that are currently not working. We have the Warri refinery, Port Harcourt, Kaduna, I think 2 in Port Harcourt. What is the reason why we cannot even refine our own product? Because obviously Dangote is a privately owned company. For a nation that is blessed with so much resources, why are we putting billions of money, of dollars, of naira, whatever the currency is, into things that are not working? I'm sure, of course, it talks about corruption, but I want to get your take on this sector as a whole. Why is so much money going into this sector? The NNPCL has been accused of being fraudulent, and we don't even know how much they make. We don't know how many barrels we really make in a day. There is just so much that is going on in this sector that is so corrupt that we cannot even ascertain anything. But I want to ask, how can we be more, how can they be more accountable and transparent to the Nigerian people and ensure that even the monies that we make or the monies that we have is being put to good use, especially with our refineries, when we know that this is a product, this is a commodity that we need so badly?
The answer is straightforward. The government is trying to do business. And the government is not a good businessman. I can cite examples for you. You are talking about the 4 government-owned refineries which are being managed by the NNPC, a government company that is not doing well. It's not only that. As of today, Nigeria is generating and supplying 3,000 megawatts of electricity to 200 million people. Perhaps Plus TV is on a generator now, or some sort of solar solution. What is the reason? Government is managing transmission company of Nigeria, and government people that bought the distribution companies are trying to manage business. Today, as we speak, we have only 1 train that departs Abuja to Kaduna. So think about Nigeria, 36 states of the Federation. There is only 1 state capital, Kaduna, that is connected to the federal capital by railway. What is the reason? Government is sitting on Nigerian Railway Corporation. This is what used to happen in telecoms. When government was sitting on telecoms through NITA, the same agony that you describe now, Nigerians were being promised telephones every day. NITE officials will address press conferences promising that telephones will come. The ministers for telecommunications will be addressing press conferences talking about telephones, but Nigeria was pinned down to 500,000 telephone lines, active lines. The entirety of the country, 500,000 active lines. When Nigeria took the decision that we are going to take telephones away from government management and hand it over to the MTNs and co, who are the real businesses to run telephones, they put in their money, over $100 billion and counting. And they increased the telephone lines in Nigeria from the measly 500,000 lines to over 200 million lines today. There are over 200 million active telephone lines today. Think about the growth from 500,000 to 200 million. It is the same thing that is going to happen to the downstream petroleum sector that we're discussing today. If President Tinubu takes that decisive action to take away these 4 refineries from the NNPC and hand them over to operators, global operators in the downstream, whose business is to run refineries, they will refurbish these refineries, they will get these refineries producing petroleum products, and I tell you that we will buy a liter of petrol for not more than 200 naira in Nigeria.
So talking about the economic sabotage, right? There's been reports that there are just some people who are trying to sabotage this to ensure that Dangote is not making a lot of money or is not even having a good business, especially with the fact that our other refineries are not working. And like you've said, if we could refine our own products, we would obviously be able to buy petrol for like that amount, less than 200 naira per liter. But we're talking about the fact that there's this economic sabotage, and the Senate is trying as much as possible to ensure that they douse the tension by inviting Dangote, by inviting, the NNPCL and other key players. How do you think this investigation or whatever they want to do will be impactful for Dangote Refinery while still ensuring that our own refineries are also working?
If I don't know what's his name, whether it's a Director General or Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Ahmed Farouk, if he's accused of economic sabotage, the accusation will carry weight. It will have value. For someone holding such a position of authority, coming out to make statements that demarcate a 650,000 barrel refinery that has been built and being operated in Nigeria under his purview, shows that he was not speaking from good faith. Let's not forget, there are reports that Dangote Refinery is already exporting products to other countries.
Yeah.
And these countries will definitely have to test the products before they will import them. If Nigeria is a country where we import all sorts of junks and they are not tested, that is not the case with other countries. And yet, they found Dangote Refinery's products good enough for them to buy. So this Ahmed Farouk, the head of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, has actually accused himself as a regulator. If he says that Dangote's products don't meet specification, why has he approved them to be sold in Nigeria? If he says that Dangote is looking to be a monopoly, what does he mean? Dangote built a refinery. He didn't stop any other investors from building refineries.
Yeah.
But then he made a point. The point he made was that he said Dangote approached them to say that they should not issue import licenses again for the importation of petroleum products. And on that basis, he accused Dangote Refinery for wanting to be a monopoly. There is something there that Nigerians need to watch very carefully. What this man, Ahmed Farouk, has said, currently, as we speak, they are issuing licenses for the importation of petroleum products. But they are issuing those licenses with subsidies. Whether they want to accept it or not, we know that if there were no subsidies, petrol will be selling at far more than what it is selling today. Yeah? So, what is Ahmed Farouk telling Nigerians? He needs to come out very clearly and speak to us. These licenses that he's insisting that they will continue to issue, will they be licenses that will be issued together with subsidy, or they will be issued without subsidy? If the licenses will be issued without subsidy, that is fine. Let them issue them so that whoever brings petrol in Nigeria, you land it at whatever cost you land it, you compete with Dangote's products that are being imported, that are being produced locally. That is competition. So that will even put Dangote on his toes to ensure that his pricing will be okay, his quality will be okay, because he's competing with products coming from somewhere else. That is not a problem. But if this man, Ahmed Farouk, is talking about issuing licenses to importers, and when they come, there will be subsidy on it, then he's an economic saboteur.
So how do we, in 1 minute, right, how do we mitigate this economic sabotage? Because this is such a vital sector. So how do we mitigate it, especially when we know that there's a public perception? If we're saying we want to have foreign investors coming in, of course, we need to be able to fan the flames of our local investors. So how do we mitigate this economic sabotage moving forward as we wrap it up in a minute?
Just called Ahmed Farouk an economic saboteur, and I want to explain why I say so. He will be an economic saboteur if he is issuing licenses with subsidy to import petroleum products to compete with Dangote Refinery, because it means he's making the imports cheaper and putting Dangote in a bad place, which turns economics on his head, because normally countries levy import duty on imports to make them more expensive, so that those who are producing locally will have a headroom, a head start in the market. And why countries do that is because the person producing locally is not only just selling, he's recruiting the people in that country, he's paying taxes in that country, he's helping the economy of that country. So it is the country's duty to protect them. That's why we have import duty on imports. So if Ahmed Farouk is now subsidizing imports to make them cheaper against Dangote Refinery, he is an economic saboteur. And the mitigation is that Mr. President needs to remove him. Because there is no country that has ever done that in the world before, where you make imports cheaper to compete against your products that are being produced locally. It has never happened before. He should be removed. That would be the only mitigation. But he doesn't know what he's doing.
All right. Thank you so much, Nick. It's always a pleasure having a conversation with you. So thank you for coming and sharing your valuable contributions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to Nigerians.
Good morning. All right, so we're speaking with Nick Agule. He's a public affairs analyst, and we've just been discussing the fact that the Senate has summoned the NNPCL, Dangote, and others over alleged sabotage, alleged economic sabotage. This is where we have to wrap it up on the show today. Thank you so much for having the breakfast with me. I'll see you again on Monday. Wishing you an amazing weekend. My name is Rima Paulson once again. Have an amazing day.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. When they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker, and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is
Hello and welcome. I'm Emmanuel Olubobokun, and this is the news brief. President Bola Tinubu has held a private meeting with traditional rulers at the council chamber in the presidential villa in Abuja. This was the second closed-door meeting the president has held on Thursday amid calls for a planned protest on the 1st of August. This meeting follows an earlier gathering the president had with members of the Progressive Governors Forum earlier in the day, as well as a Wednesday evening encounter with the Nigerian Governors Forum after the cancellation of a scheduled National Economic Council meeting. The purpose of the meeting is believed to be an attempt to address the concerns of those planning to protest against the current administration's handling of the country's economic situation.
It's very difficult to build, but it is the easiest to destroy. We are all stakeholders of this country. We should be stronger as a nation together than stronger individually. We should talk to ourselves. It's important for us to know that today it's a completely different Spain. The government, ably led by the president, is willing to engage and dialogue and bring governance very close to the people.
This protest, I know that it's catching you very, very high in your neck. But if you give us the chance, let us not destroy our own country. I ask you, think of Libya. Libya was a beautiful country. What has happened to Libya, we don't want it to happen here.
We're hopeful, that inshallah it will be well. Even though we have made it very clear to him, our main problem in this country, especially in the north here, is security issue. If the security situation is addressed, certainly people will go back to their farms.
Now, the Department of State Services has issued a stern warning against the plan of nationwide protests in the country. In a press statement, the agency's Director of Public Relations and Strategic Communications, Dr. Peter Ofunai, revealed that they have already identified the sponsors of the proposed demonstration and have cautioned them not to proceed, as it would not be in Nigeria's best interest. Secret Army claimed to have intelligence suggesting a protest could be hijacked by hoodlums. The statement further alleged that the organizers' true objective is to incite a regime change, particularly at the federal level. Also, the Defense Headquarters has warned those mobilizing for nationwide protest that while it is their right to protest, it will not condone anarchy. The AGDA and Bad Governance organizers of the protest have lamented about widespread hunger and inflation in the land. Addressing a press conference in Abuja on Thursday, Director of Defense, Mid Operations, Major General Edward Babaya said the military wouldn't allow anarchy to befall Nigeria. He added that the military has uncovered plots by unscrupulous elements to hijack the protest and turn it into a violent one by attacking innocent Nigerians and their businesses.
The level of violence being envisaged can only be described as a state of anarchy. The armed forces on its part will not stand by and allow anarchy to befall our nation. This is because we have seen wars and have witnessed anarchy in countries in which we have operated, particularly during the times of ECOMOG or during our peacekeeping operations in various countries. I believe that some people out there may fantasize about war or state of anarchy, thinking that it is like what they see in the movies. I assure you that war or a state of anarchy is not what you see in the movies. It involves real people, real situations.
Now, the minority caucus of the House of Representatives has called on the federal government to dialogue with planned protesters with a bid to address their concerns. This is part of the resolution reached by the caucus at its end of session dinner to end the planned protest in Abuja. Now, while addressing the media after the dinner, Chairman of the caucus, Honorable Kingsley Chinda, however, discouraged the planned protest, especially against the background of insecurity in parts of the country. He called on the government to adopt the carrot and stick method in addressing the problem of insecurity in the country, while also calling on the government to create means to ensure citizens are self-reliant in a bid to tackle the economic downturn in the country.
And we want to assure Nigerians that because we have no other country, we will do everything possible to safeguard our nation, Nigeria. We considered issues that has to do with insecurity in our country. We considered issues that has to do with economy. We considered issues that had to do with unemployment and the threatened protest by some of our brothers and our sisters and our children. And we took decisions on them, which resolution we passed on to the press.
And still on the news brief, the Nigeria Governors Forum has reiterated its commitment to improving the security and protection of lives and property at the sub-national level. The nationwide protest set to take place from 1st of August through to 10th has now been generating tensions and a variety of responses from Nigerians. Now, numerous groups expressing interest in leading the campaign stated that the protest was sparked by the escalating cost of living and also the economic hardship faced by the populace. In a communique signed by its chairman, Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, made available to journalists on Thursday, the NGF emphasized the importance of implementing robust security measures to ensure the safety and well-being of citizens within their respective states. This announcement followed the forum's meeting earlier Thursday morning. Now, no fewer than 5 persons have been confirmed dead following a collapsed building at number 13 Wilson Mba Street, Arowojobi Estate, Maryland, Lagos State. The unfortunate incident occurred at the Way House of Thursday. Officials of the Lagos State Emergency Management Authority, LASEMA, are currently on rescue operations at the scene of the incident. Olatunde Akinsoya, Director of Operations, LASEMA, confirmed the incident.
Initial response efforts, by that we achieved the recovery of 5 male adults alive, and of course 3 corpses, 3 victims that were dead, and of course, one of them was taken one of the victims that was dead was taken to the mortuary. However, SEMU was on ground to pick the remaining two, and as a result of the ongoing operation, we discovered that the fatality was increasing gradually. We have a procedure. Are you getting me? At the scene of incident, we recovered the body. We asked the police to identify them and the people around to identify them. Once we're able to see any of the members of the family, we'll have to do documentation process, which will facilitate the release of the corpse. However, these ones that we have recovered dead were handed over to SEMU for onward delivery to the mortuary.
Now, the medical guide of Lagos State has called on the government to pay the reviewed consolidated medical salary structure allowance, living wage of doctors, or prepare for crisis. A statement signed by the chairman, medical guide Dr. Maruf Abdusalam, on Wednesday said that CONMES was implemented for their federal counterparts with its accord areas from July 2023. The guide also requested demotion of specialist consultants as a result of incorrect step entry points into the public service, saying this had led to loss of income, low morale and lack of interest from prospective specialists in joining the state health services, of which to advance an avoidable grand landscape crisis in the health sector and urgently implement the above proposed incentives for the health sector of Lagos State. Delegates and partners have gathered in Lagos, the host city, for the 2025 African Social Impact Summit. The organizers hope the summit will foster greater public-private collaboration to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Their goal is to produce an actionable blueprint, not just a static document, one that attendees will actively own and implement, as reflected in the summit's final communique. Details in this report.
And wish all the participants very successful deliberation.
The Africa Social Impact Summit ACES convinced stakeholders to develop market-driven solutions addressing the continent's social challenges through inclusive development.
Geopolitical tensions are affecting global trade and energy markets, causing price volatility and supply chain disruptions. Severe weather events in addition to inflationary pressures, and in some countries, internal conflicts.
Last year, ACES collaborated with 28 partners, a number that has now grown to 40, working together to accelerate progress on the Sustainable Development Goals across Nigeria and the broader African continent. The theme for this year's summit is Reimagining Progress, a new blueprint for sustainable growth in Africa. This provides an opportunity to review past progress, assess results, and identify what needs to change in order to achieve the set goals.
This tells us something. Everyone is realizing that silo execution can only take us so far. Across the private sector, the third sector, and the public sector, there is intentional action beyond lip service to do the work.
One of the biggest change we've made is to convince the Lagos State to have an investment summit on the side of the Africa Social Impact Summit. What that meant is that beyond the panels and the conversation and the speech giving, there was a real event yesterday where we brought together a lot of the investors, those who were interested in putting funding behind the initiative in Lagos State.
At this summit, impact investors and investees are discussing opportunities in key sectors, including education and youth development, food security, climate solutions, healthcare, renewable energy, water and sanitation, and the circular economy.
Lagos State agencies came up with various programs that are bankable, that can lead to investments to uplift our people. How do we build more trains? How do we get more buses on the road? How do we build better hospitals?
The task of a new blueprint for sustainable growth in Africa requires partnership, innovative thinking, and most importantly, disciplined implementation. Whatever blueprint we promote must focus on innovation.
The goal is to have a broader representation of organizations, individuals, and non-profits in future editions. This will help ensure that hard to reach vulnerable and underprivileged communities receive the support and resources they need.
And now we'll go on a quick commercial break, and when we return, the news continues. Stay with us.
My name is Adejokela Sisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. As Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Now move on to other parts of Africa. At least 42 protesters in Uganda are facing charges in court for alleged offences committed during a banned youth-led demonstration in the capital, Kampala. Now, the young protesters had earlier marched through the city streets on Tuesday to denounce what they claim are corruption. Bobby Wine of the National Unity Platform alleged that embezzlement and misuse of government funds are widespread in Uganda. They have now long accused President Yoweri Museveni of failing to prosecute corrupt officials loyal to him, though Museveni has now repeatedly denied condoning corruption. Now, the International Organization for Migration has reported that more than a dozen migrants died and at least 150 others are missing after the boat capsized off the coast of Mauritania while en route to Europe. Now, this tragic incident triggered a frantic search and rescue operation, as the IOM stated that around 300 migrants were also traveling on artisanal fishing boats known as Perit when the vessel capsized. While 120 migrants have now been rescued by the Mauritania Coast Guard, the loss of life highlights the immense risk and dangers faced by those attempting the perilous journey across the islands. In recent years, there has now been a surge of migrants living in West Africa, often fleeing poverty and instability and making the treacherous journey through Senegal and past Mauritania. And now South Africa, US Vice President Kamala Harris took a swipe at Donald Trump at a forced campaign rally since replacing President Joe Biden as the Democratic presidential candidate. In a 17-minute speech, Harris aggressively went after Trump's vulnerabilities, comparing her background as a former prosecutor to his record as a convicted felon.
I was elected vice president. Before I was elected United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big Wall Street banks and held them accountable for fraud. Donald Trump
was just found guilty of fraud on 34 counts. This is about who we fight for.
Now, on this part, Donald Trump ripped into the vice president, casting her as lying Kamala Harris, mispronouncing her name as a Dr. the most incompetent and far-left vice president in American history. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was defiant in his remarks to a joint meeting of Congress on Wednesday afternoon as he sought to show support for Israel's 10-month war against Hamas in Gaza, while railing against those who have protested the conflict. Now, Netanyahu has now been sharply criticized over the high Palestinian death toll and faces growing domestic and international pressure to make a deal to secure the release of the remaining hostages held in Gaza in exchange for a pause in the fighting. His critics have now accused him of prolonging the war for political gain, which he denies. Netanyahu is a forced world leader to address it.
We see the scourge of anti-Semitism. We must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception. The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth, and see through the lies. But as for the minority that may have fallen for Hamas's cons job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires.
Into business, the federal government on Wednesday has warned international oil companies operating in Nigeria to desist from disregarding gas flare directives of various regulatory agencies in Nigeria. They stated that though a few IOCs have complied with these directives, most of the oil firms are not compliant, stressing that this would not be tolerated. The Minister of State for Environment, Dr. Isaac Salako, disclosed this in Abuja, the third edition of the National Extractive Dialogue 2024, organized by Spaces for Change, non-governmental organization. This, according to the minister, is while the government is imposing penalties on IOCs and other local operators in the oil sector to discourage gas flaring. Now, Salako told participants at the event that the federal government would not tolerate such disregard against gas flare directives, adding that operators have the responsibility to lead from the front and support the vision of Nigeria to end the gas flaring. The Executive Director of Spaces for Change, Victoria Ebezim Oriri, called for stakeholders' collaboration to achieve the net zero target of Nigeria by 2050.
This platform to issue a strong warning that the Federal Minister of Environment, acting on his mandate to secure a quality environment conducive for good health and well-being of flora and fauna, will no longer tolerate such disregard to legitimate call of NOSRA. Operators in the Nigerian oil and gas sector have a responsibility to lead from the front, to support the vision of Nigeria, to end gas flaring, not just in the interest of the country, but in the overall interest of our planet.
Gas flaring exacerbates global warming. It leads to economic losses, and this squanders our potential power generation capabilities. However, it is within our power to change that. By reducing gas flaring, we can significantly cut our carbon emissions, unlock economic value, and foster economic development that benefits all Nigerians.
And also entertainment news, a movie poster depicting popular Nigerian actresses wearing niqabs while committing a bank robbery has ignited a firestorm of controversy in the country. The Muslim rights concern emerged is vehemently condemned the film, labeling it satanic and also calling for a ban. Social media has now been ablaze with condemnations, with many users vowing to boycott the film and demanding action against its producers. America has now joined the chorus of disapproval. And given that the film could incite hatred and violence against Muslim women, the group has called on the National Film and Video Censors Board to intervene and prevent the film's release. Now on to sport news. Making their 19th appearance since debuting in 1952, the Team Nigeria will once again be the Senegal of all eyes as the 2024 Summer Olympics officially gets underway today. A total of 206 nations and 10,714 athletes will be striving for medals in 32 sports and 329 events. Nigeria is featuring a total of 88 athletes in 12 sports: athletics, boxing, wrestling, football, basketball, canoeing, taekwondo, and table tennis, badminton, cycling, swimming, and weightlifting. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Super Falcons made a longer-awaited return to Olympic football after a 16-year absence. But the Paris 2024 campaign got off to a disappointing start with a 1-0 loss to Brazil in their opening match. Nigeria will be looking to surpass their 2-medal harvest after the last edition in Tokyo. And that's the much contained in the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa, and Plus Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on LimeX, TV, and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. Many thanks for watching.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Have you ever considered what steps you would take if your vehicle were stolen or involved in an accident tomorrow? These are unpleasant situations to contemplate, and having a plan in place could mean the difference between simply filing a claim with your vehicle insurance or having to pay for repairs, replacement parts, or even a new vehicle out of your own pocket. Driving without a safety net of vehicle tracking or insurance could lead to a significant financial setback one day. So why take the risk? Now let's explore the impact of insurance and vehicle tracking on your vehicle security and your finances. Welcome to Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonia. All right, just before we get into the conversation for the day, to prevent widespread disruption from undersea cable outages, internet service providers have been tasked with exploring diverse routing paths for submarine cables and investing in independent data transmission pathways. This directive was issued by Gabriel Idahosa, the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, during a conference on building resilience and the impact of recent West African subsea cable cuts in Lagos. Details now.
Science, Energy and Technology (SET) Committee of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry (LCCI) has cited discussing ways to avoid a repeat of the March 10, 2024 undersea cable cut that disrupted internet connectivity across Nigeria and several neighboring African countries. The undersea cable outage near Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, plunged numerous nations into an internet blackout, crippling businesses, banks, and daily transactions. Speaking of the theme, building resilience, the impact of recent West Africa subsea cable cuts, LCCI President Gabriel Idahosa highlighted the urgent need to reassess and enhance the resiliency and efficiency of the region's technology infrastructure.
To address these challenges, we obviously need to invest much more in providing locally hosted switching and transmission digital infrastructure to cater to transactions within our country. We want to look at how we can work towards creating an enabling environment that can track current technology guidance, like Mastercard and Visa, and our local operators, to establish a cloud switching infrastructure within Nigeria.
In his keynote address, Aminu Maida, the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, highlighted the significant impact of subsea cables on economic growth across West Africa.
The correlation between subsea cable connectivity and economic growth is well documented. According to a study by McKinsey Global Institute, every 10% increase in internet penetration can boost GDP growth by 1.3% in developing countries.
The panelists unanimously agreed that fostering resilience and collaboration among all stakeholders is crucial for developing more resilient telecommunications services in Nigeria.
So I think we need to begin to think about collaboration, cooperation, and start doing some health check on our emergency and disaster recovery when such happens. I would think we should do a lot more about terrestrial interconnection, particularly taking traffic out of the country to other countries in the sub-region terrestrially.
We've got a lot of work to do. One thing we're doing by creating the right optics, the right reputation, by monetary policy, by meeting our international obligations, and a whole range of things to do. Improve the profile of the country to international investors, and that brings the foreign direct investment.
The consensus is that government should create an enabling environment that incentivizes cloud and data center companies to establish infrastructure within Nigeria. This will be a measure to mitigate unforeseen risk. Love Oyedeku, Plus TV News.
All right, welcome back from that report. Installing a GPS tracking device in your vehicle can provide valuable information about your vehicle's location and performance. This technology can help you monitor your driving habits, track maintenance needs, and even potentially reduce your insurance premiums. My guest, Ridwan Olarinwaju Moili, is a young business magnate from Lagos, Nigeria, and he founded Rabmot Automobile Licensing Agency in 2021 to revolutionize vehicle documentation in Nigeria using technology. With a degree in business administration from Gateway Polytechnic, he aims to expand his company to other African countries and make a positive impact on society. Olarinwaju is known for his creativity, innovation, and commitment to providing a hassle-free experience for car owners, establishing himself as a pioneer and leader in the industry. He joins me now to discuss further. Good morning to you, Ridwan. Thanks for joining us on Business Insights.
Good morning, Justin. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Nice to have you yet again. Been a minute.
Same way, yeah. It's been like quite some time now. Well,
yes,
I'm glad to be back here.
All right, fine. Let's just dive straight into it now. We'll try and get a little bit of a background so people might need to get more information in case some people might not really know the difference. What do we really need to know when we talk about insurance and car tracking?
Okay, so basically, when we're talking about insurance and car trackers or car tracking as a whole, they are more like safeguard, right, to guide your vehicle or to protect you from some unforeseen circumstances, right? And when we're talking about both, they actually stand different in the sense that what they actually do are different from each other, right? So I'm just going to elaborate what car trackers actually do and what insurance also do, right? So car tracker is that device that helps you to locate your vehicle or to monitor your vehicle in real-time location. So if you're having a car tracker installed in your vehicle, automatically you can determine, okay, this is the location my car is at this point in time. Let's say, for example, you have a car for car hailing and you give it to someone to be driving. You can be able to use, with the power of technology, using car tracker GPS, you can locate where this person is at this point in time or that. So it's easier for you to be anywhere in the whole world. From the comfort of your phone, you can be able to see where your car is located. And also, it's when it gets theft or stolen, right? It's easier to quickly locate and stop or start the car, right? So those are the advantage of using car tracker. Well, however, insurance policy on the other side also provide a kind of coverage for your vehicle as a car owner, in the sense that in the case of incident, theft, or some natural disaster, it's easy for you to recover or to repair your vehicle without spending a dime, right? Especially when you go for the comprehensive insurance, right? So it helps you, secure your vehicle and also save you money from your pocket at the time that the incident happened, right? Even if you come to a natural disaster that you can actually, completely, wrapped up, insurance company can actually replace that same car with the same value, right? So that's actually the difference. But what I'm going to really touch on is using the tool is actually a huge way, because you never can tell what will happen to you as a car owner. But having a comprehensive insurance, which I feel like is the most active insurance in place, it's actually a goal. Because third party only prevent the other side, right? Not you, the insurer, right? So you have to, be able to fix yours while the insurance take care of the other person in the case of third party. But if it's comprehensive, obviously it covers you and the other party as well. So imagine having a comprehensive insurance and also having a car tracker. So you can even go back to bed and sleep and park your car on the road, right? Because you're safe. No matter what happens, insurance covers you, and also your car tracker can help you to locate your vehicle in real time.
Okay, speaking of this car tracker, so far you have said about some of the high points, some of the advantages one can get. And somehow, in my intro, I said somehow if you have a car tracking device in your vehicle, somehow it could actually sort of save you insurance premiums. I don't know how that works, if you might want to explain that to us. And is it really something that will cost you an arm and a leg? Is it really expensive? Is this something that anyone can just get, any car owner can just afford?
Yeah, I'm going to take it to one step. Basically, car tracker is not something that is actually going to tear your pocket. I think that people are looking in the sense of it's a technology that we cover my car in real time and I can monitor. So they have that mindset already, right? So the image is in their head that this thing might be so costly, running this service. But the truth is, this car tracker we're even talking about doesn't really cost that much, right? It doesn't cost between the range of 100 to, let's say, 300, 350, right? And you get your car secured for life, right? Because as long as the device has been installed in your vehicle, it's until anything happens to the car tracker, maybe some what's it called, technical issue. But basically, once you install, it's a one-time thing, apart from the subscription that you have yearly, right? Because definitely you're subscribing under an organization that helps you monitors and all of that. And the advantage there is, and the reason why people might feel like it's going to save you some kind of premium is the fact that it helps you locate your car in real time, right? So you can be able to monitor your car. But however, it has a limit. Yeah, that's the word. It has a limit in the sense that it only monitor your car, right? It only monitor your car in real time, the location and all of that. What about if incident happens? You understand? Or maybe there's what's it called, a natural disaster, like I mentioned earlier, happens. How do you want to cope with that? You have to, despite the fact that you have car tracker, you still have to fix your car, right? If you don't have an insurance cover, you still have to fix your car from your pocket, from your hard end. But in order to save yourself from that stress, it would have been better if you have the premium insurance policy coupled with the car tracker, so you know that yes, my car is safe. In case someone actually go away with my car right now, I can easily locate where the car is. And another additional feature for car tracker is you can basically stop the car from your device. Or even if, for example, there's someone I knew that actually had an incident like that, the chief came, they stole the car, they even stole his phone, right? So he couldn't even stop the vehicle because the phone is not with him. So he has to reach out to the car tracker company, and they did so from their back end. So you can see that's the advantage of having car tracker and all that. Even when it's beyond your reach, you always have a source to reach out to. And exactly it is in insurance policy as well. When things happens like that, you always have the insurance company to fall back on, like, oh, so things has happened. This is the proof for it and all of that. And they take action immediately as if nothing happened. So like I said earlier, both are actually very, very, important, right, to implement. Car tracker and insurance policies are actually a goal, if I may say.
Okay, so let me even try and understand better now. So if one has a car tracking device, does it really influence how much you pay as insurance premium? Does it really reduce your insurance premium, or how does it really work? I don't want to see the connection as per what you pay as per for your comprehensive or your third-party insurance if you have a car tracker and if you don't have a car tracker.
Okay, so if you have a car tracker, basically it doesn't, affect how much insurance, charge you, right? Because there are two different, organizations handling this, and they serve two different purposes. So it's basically the car owner that know what he or she wants, right? So if I want to, secure my car in this type of way, or I want some sort of cover, you go for it. You can basically do one of those without implementing it. But basically, if you're doing car tracker, automatically you have insurance policy, because it's actually one of the mandated paperwork that a car owner has to have, especially in Nigeria, right? So you just determine whether you're doing third party or comprehensive, but it doesn't affect the prices, right? They have a certain price for it. Comprehensive has what they charge you as far as you wanted to insure under a particular insurance company. You understand? So it doesn't, affect the prices of both, because they serve different purposes.
Okay, now, so the car tracking device, now you said it's not really so expensive now to install on one's device, and it's just a one-off cost, and that is subject to renewal. Is it every 6 months, every year, or how does it really work?
Yes, so for the first installation, which is, the installation and the other technical part of things, right? That's like the first time payments, right? Where you do, for example, like Rapna GPS tracker, it's actually when you pay for the first installation and first time payment and subscriptions, right? It lasts you for a year, right? Okay. So every year you get to renew your subscription under the organizations, right? So it's help us to monitor and also give you some certain kind of support, right, behind the scene. But obviously this renewal subscription is not as much as the first time installations, right? And it's a one-time thing when you install. So it's not something that you install today, you get to install tomorrow, except something happened technically to the device, right? But this subscription base is just to keep you going every year, just like the way we have in car documentation, whereby you register your plate number with the kind of amount that based like this, and when you come to renewal, you just like this. So it serves the same purpose, like a yearly renewal, but it's not as much as the first time you register.
All right, that's really interesting to note. Now, so you talked about organizations. So is it like there are several organizations involved in car tracking, or is it something you can go and do online, or do you need to go to the same people who do car documentation, or how is it really done?
Okay, basically, car tracker is a device, right? That's owned by different organizations. Obviously, it's not under government agency. It's not under, and so we at Rabmos, we offer that to our client, right? Because we know that obviously, it helps the client that we serve, right? It helps to help them prevent and all of that. But basically, not all car documentation company does that, right? We just see like it can, offer some kind of help to our car owners, and we want to implement that into our offering, right? So, but basically, the different organizations as car trackers, and you can do your due diligence and know the one that actually work best. What I would just tell people is make sure you do your due diligence before patronizing any company for car trackers, because it also has its own risks as well, right? So you have to make sure you're dealing with a company you're safe with, right, before going forward to make such move.
Okay, can we just get like statistics so far, if you may tell us, for instance, what the incidence rates have been like, as by how the car tracking devices have been able to, help in terms of car theft and the recovery rate over time?
Okay, so over time, right? I feel like before now, a whole lot of people doesn't really, have this the overview, like, okay, this is what this device does, right? But people find that some other, feedback from people that actually implement it at the early stage. And I make mention of, of one of our clients that actually had that issues in Ibadan, right? And, it's actually something that happened over the night, right? And his phone was gone with it. So he has contacts in the insurance company, be like, hey, the car tracker company, like, oh, guy, stop this vehicle, it has been stolen in my car and all of that. So you can see it's actually, up. And a whole lot of people right now, we have almost 50% of our clients, right, subscribing for, car tracker, because they now see the importance of it, right? And if we were going to look at the statistics as a whole right now, I can tell 30 to 40% of car owners right now know the importance, right? And they actually implementing car trackers in their, vehicles, especially people that are into car hailing, right? Because obviously you're putting yourself in a risk by giving your car to someone else to drive. Especially we see that in Uber vehicles oftentimes they even have the camera device that detects people in the car, that you can be able to see whatever that happens in the car, and that's an additional feature, right? That make you understand what happens, this person got police and all of that. So that's the power of car tracking technology, right? That help people to basically, secure, not just themselves, not just the car, but also the people that that ever commute with the car, right? So I feel like it's raising, and we need more awareness to get it across to people, because a lot of people are still thinking in the sense that this thing might be costly, or this thing, am I safe to use car tracker in my vehicle and all of that. But I believe with a certain level of awareness, people can be able, and orientation as well, right, to change the image that people already have in their head, right, to let them see the positivity of using car tracker in their vehicle.
All right, just before we round off right now, I just got a question. Someone is asking me, so let me just put it to you. Although we've talked about it, maybe person just started watching, is asking them how much it costs to put a tracking device on a car, and do these devices differ in terms of the brands of cars that you have?
Okay, so basically it doesn't have to do with the brand of car. It's actually a standard fee, right? As long as it's a vehicle. You can even put tracker in your motorcycle or tricycle and all of that, right? As long as it's it's a vehicle, so it's at a standard price. It doesn't go with that. And I just put a brain to it because obviously different organizations actually offer it, but it doesn't really beyond 100,000 to 350,000. Right? So that's actually the range that covers the car trackers. So it depends on whatever. Like I said, there are some car tracking that actually add additional features. I just make mention of the one with additional cameras that help you, capture what happens while you're even driving. And that's why you see some of the incident that you see online, that they can tell you it happens right from the inside of the car, right? So it's because the car tracker can be able to capture what is happening in real time, not just the location now. So all those things is like additional feature that might raise or reduce the price.
All right, thank you so much, Ridwan. There's so much benefits one can actually derive from using car trackers, and of course getting them insured as well, because both of them cannot be done without. I have been speaking with Ridwan Olanriwaju Muili. He's the CEO founder, Rabmot Automobile License Consultant Limited. We'll be looking at the road transportation, difference between car insurance and of course trackers, and the benefits and how it can actually just save your life and save your car, and even of course save your expenses. Thank you so much, Ridwan, for your time this morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
All right, that's the size of the show for today. My name is Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being a part of it. Bye for now.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture, but an aspect we often neglect is sexual health communication. How comfortably do people communicate their sexual health challenges with health workers when the need arises?
People have different personality types, but generally, people are usually very shy. When it comes to talking about like their sexual health, they have complaints that have to do with reproductive, like that have to do with the genitals or something related to sex, you know. They're usually like, there's this sense of shame, there's this sense of embarrassment. I usually look at it this way. Number one, there are many people that did not come.
Can you remember the last time you were at the doctor's and you wanted to complain about a sexual health challenge? How comfortable were you? What tactic did you employ to explain your predicament to the doctor?
There are people that come, but when they come, they are not going to say their complaints, because when they got to the hospital, they choke, in quotes. Like, they just feel like, no, I can't say this thing, because they feel so embarrassed about it. And the people that don't come, what they do is they talk with a friend that they feel that, hey, this person is going to understand and is not going to judge me. And so the people that come and they choke, they'll just tell you another complaint. So that's not the reason why they came to the hospital. So they'll just tell you something else, like something that is not related to their, and to the main complaint that, you know, brought them to the hospital. And one thing I noticed is that while they are telling that complaint, they're actually assessing the doctor. Like, am I really going to say my main complaint? Like, they want to know how this person is. Is this person going to judge me? Is this person a free person? So they're looking at like your attitude at that time. Is the person angry? I mean, these are my own conclusions based on my experience. So I've seen patients that will come and they'll say something, they'll say that complaint, and then you ask them all the questions about that complaint, and when it gets to the end, they'll not say, hey, doctor, now we've ended or we've finished, we've gotten to the, not say, hey, doctor, one more thing. And then they'll go to, I have this, I've come to understand now that some people, is not, that thing is not one more thing. That is actually the thing that brought them to the hospital.
Many things go through the mind of a patient when they go to the hospital to complain about their sexual and reproductive health challenges. Shame and fear of judgment rank very high. According to a Washington Post article, we are taught to feel shame around our sexuality from a young age as our bodies develop and start to function in ways we're unfamiliar with, as we begin to realize our body's potential for pleasure. Religious and cultural leanings are responsible for this sense of shame.
The lady came, she sat down. What's your complaint? She had written it in a paper. She now passed it to me. Like, passed me the complaint. Okay, I looked at it. I'm like, I can see you.
He's my hero.
You are here. Tell me, what brought you to the hospital? And I read it. I said, okay, I understand.
Condoms are available everywhere. The advertisement and sensitization to use condoms is abundant. But how much of the information and resources is committed to tackling the inherent shame around purchasing a condom? Even with a plethora of information, resources committed to educating people about sex and taking care of their bodies, many people are still uncomfortable discussing it, even when their health is at risk.
And it's worse for men. You know, females, even though it's difficult, they still come to the hospital. Men will not come unless the thing is now a big trouble under, and they're now like, okay, I cannot continue. Like, it's now maybe like a sore is in one part of the body and it's getting bigger, and you know, all the things their friends told them is not working.
Many times, people are shy or ashamed to walk into a pharmacy to buy condoms or morning after pills, or even make a complaint to a doctor about their sexual health concerns. This shame leads to people engaging in unprotected sex and unhealthy sexual practices. Another factor that keeps many from accessing healthcare is judgment from healthcare workers that may affect their experiences. Prioritizing your sexual health is something to be proud of, and a doctor or pharmacist is there to help you. Many patients won't go to the hospital to complain about their sexual health concerns because they're ashamed. It is the duty of healthcare professionals to make them comfortable enough. However, some healthcare professionals let their personal biases get in the way when discussing sexual health concerns with their patients. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, here are some of the ways you can make your patient comfortable to discuss their sexual health concerns with you as a healthcare worker. Assess your own comfort by discussing sex with various patient groups. Identify any biases that you may have if you're uncomfortable talking about sex and sexuality. Your patient will be too. Avoid making assumptions about your patient based on age, appearance, marital status, and any other factor. Use neutral and inclusive terms such as partner. Make your patient feel comfortable by establishing a rapport before asking sensitive questions. Ask other people to step into the waiting room while you talk to your patient. These people may include partners, relatives, or caregivers. They can be invited back after the examination. Let your patient know that you ask everyone these questions. Transition into asking sensitive questions. Pose your questions in a non-judgmental manner. Try not to react overtly, even if you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Pay attention to your body language and posture. Rephrase your questions or briefly explain why you're asking a question if a patient seems offended or reluctant to answer. Ensure that you and your patient share an understanding of the terms being used to avoid confusion. If you're not familiar with the term your patient used, ask for an explanation.
My name is Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of NigerKids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how NigerKids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it into something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? You know, when I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Naija Kids game instead? So for him, that's, you know, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. You know, and then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, you know, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent, and that's really what brought about Naija Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, you know, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I'd been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, you know, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, you know, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did to fun. You know, I tell people that, you know, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning, learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in his school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, you know. This is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, you know, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. You know, so those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels, do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, you know, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So the things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, you know, Naija Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. You know, so that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, you know, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate, but all that while I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just, you know, added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Naija Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age. The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Naija Kids. I say, yes, I'm Naija, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. You know, that kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child
complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, online. So we now had to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped me bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No. The computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations. And so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting, auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming? What products are are making money, what are not, how do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money, what's coming in, how is it coming in, what are you spending money on, do you have money, what we call runway, do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months, what if this doesn't work out, how do you keep the books, how are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remotely, and it was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move, to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always seeing what skills the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big or when you're in the process of hitting it big. What I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money, just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in terms of the next products we do. I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate. Let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepay for it? Can you prepay for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son to hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out, and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people, just start. Don't think it's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start today. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company. I said, do you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, you know. So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that in terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, you know, and we went live this week to have our games, you know, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, you know what, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school. And someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, you know, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, it was driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things that are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to share some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporate. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, oh, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, you know, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, you know, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and Orchard is there, you most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. You know, so when I'm going to give an example in math, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without, you know, too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai, I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting, you know, all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. You know, so we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic, in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? You know, it was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, you know, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, you know, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Nigeria elements of the Nigeria kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I might not go out and, you know, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, you know, patriotism in the next generation. through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country, and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skinned. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, it was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? He says, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhered to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there are some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
After a bruising fight over its leadership, a new Congress takes over Capitol Hill. How will divided government impact America's direction? From immigration to defending Ukraine, now the inside story, new Congress, new challenges.
Hi, I'm Katherine Gibson, VOA's congressional correspondent here on Capitol Hill, where the new 118th Congress is trying to make its mark. Democrats managed to hold on to control of the U.S. Senate in November's elections, while Republicans took control of the House of Representatives, giving President Joe Biden a divided Congress to work with for the next 2 years. And the lengthy battle among House Republicans to choose their leader suggests any agreements with the White House will be few and far between.
So help you God.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy emerged from a rare 4-day battle to become Speaker of the House.
The House will be in order.
Touting Republicans' accomplishments in their first full week of work.
Government should be here to help you, not to go after you. Be able to protect the unborn. We just protected the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where the president can no longer deplete it and sell our oil to China. And we opened the House back up for the public.
But analysts say the conservative caucus that objected to McCarthy as Speaker will continue to be a problem.
He is in a weakened position, but his biggest problem is that his margin is so small. So he has only, a 5-seat margin.
Many Republicans object to resetting the nation's debt ceiling, a stance that could have global consequences if America's credit rating suffers as a result.
The American people elected Republicans to get our fiscal house in order, and get our fiscal house in order we will.
With inflation still high in the United States, Democrats have warned against government spending cuts.
These spending cuts harm families, communities throughout the U.S. that are already struggling with inflation and the cost of living.
Republicans have also launched multiple investigative committees.
Today, we will counter the Chinese Communist Party with our Select Committee on China. We will vote to protect every American's constitutional rights with the new Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government.
And President Joe Biden and his family are expected to be a subject of Republican investigations, including concerning their financial transactions, despite Democrats' objections.
Instead of trying to find ways to work together, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to lean into an extreme MAGA Republican agenda, which seems to be focused on trying to investigate the president's family, not make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans.
The Biden administration's immigration policy will also come under scrutiny.
If you look at the operational goals, securing the border, securing our cyber border,
as well as billions of dollars in U.S. aid to Ukraine.
The House Republicans are split also, but Speaker McCarthy has indicated he might side with the elements who want to push back on funding.
But any legislation passed in the House will have to be agreed to in the Democratic majority U.S. Senate. One flashpoint that may emerge soon is the cost of supporting Ukraine in its defense against Russia's attacks. The U.S. has spent tens of billions of dollars in military, economic, and humanitarian assistance for Ukraine since Russia invaded in February 2022. But several Republicans in Congress are questioning the amount of money being spent. VOA politics and policy reporter Veronica Balderas Iglesias explains.
As Ukraine mourns the victims of the Russian missile strike in the city of Dnipro, U.S. President Joe Biden and Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte decried Moscow's aggressions during a bilateral meeting in Washington.
Russia is just continuing to act in ways that are almost unbelievable. The brutality which is there.
Rutte announced more support for Kyiv.
We have decided to spend another $2.5 billion on helping the Ukraine war effort. We have the intention to join what you are doing with Germany on the Patriot project, so the air defense system. I think that is important.
Also on Tuesday, circulating on Russian social networks, what looked like images of a makeshift memorial in Moscow for the Dnipro victims. At the government level, however, more promises of military might by Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu.
Strengthen the combat component of the Navy, the aerospace forces, and the strategic missile forces.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov left the door open, however, for high-level talks between Russian officials and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, William J. Burns.
It could be excluded, of course. This dialogue is useful. I don't know the exact dates.
Near Romania, meanwhile, NATO expanded the surveillance of Russia's military activities with the deployment of 3 new planes. And on the ground in Ukraine, the International Atomic Energy Agency set a permanent presence to help safeguard key nuclear facilities. Verónica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
We arrived back here in Ukraine yesterday, and we're now in Lviv, in the western part of the country. Lviv is far from the war, but it is still the frequent site of attacks on infrastructure and is a main destination for internally displaced people and war wounded. This hospital specifically treats soldiers and civilians who have lost limbs, mostly from bombings and landmines, and there are hundreds of people on their waiting list. We're reporting today from Dnipro in Ukraine, and right behind me is a makeshift memorial for the more than 40 people that died in the bombing of this building on Saturday. Today we met some people who survived the bombing. One man told us that he only heard silence when the blast hit, and then he realized he was bleeding. He could then hear the screams of women and children and realized he had to go outside. Once he got outside, the situation was even more horrifying. He could see cars and his building on fire. Then, about 20 minutes after the initial blast, his building collapsed. Now he and about 300 other people are homeless. Reporting from Dnipro in Ukraine, this is Heather Murdoch, VOA News.
Republicans in the House of Representatives also have their sights set on investigating President Biden's immigration policy. Controlling the flow of migrants crossing into the U.S. from Mexico has been a challenge for decades and topped the agenda for Biden's meeting with the leaders of neighbors Mexico and Canada. VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell was in Mexico City for the summit.
Amistad, bonhomie, friendship. In all 3 languages, the leaders of Mexico, Canada, and the U.S. made a show of unity as they met Tuesday in Mexico City.
We're true partners, the 3 of us, working together with mutual respect and a genuine like for one another to advance a safer and more prosperous future for all of our people.
But the issues on the table are not as easy. Irregular migration, illegal drugs, climate change, and trade disputes are front and center, as the Mexican president pointed out as he openly challenged Biden to expand economic cooperation.
This
is the moment for us to determine, to do away with this abandonment, this disdain, and this forgetfulness for Latin America and the Caribbean, which is opposed to the policy of the good neighborhood, of the titan of freedom and liberty, FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and starting with you.
Biden fired back.
The United States provides more foreign aid than every other country just about combined in the world, to not just the hemisphere, but around the world. Unfortunately, our responsibility just doesn't end in the Western Hemisphere. It's in Central Europe, it's in Asia, it's in the Middle East, it's in Africa, it's in Southwest Asia.
On Tuesday, the U.S. announced a range of outcomes, which included plans to collaborate on supply chain issues and semiconductor development, modest commitments to reduce methane emissions from the solid waste and wastewater sector, and more clean energy collaboration.
Put it simply, we are, and always will be, stronger together. The world today is facing a lot of uncertainty, with the rise in authoritarian leaders causing global instability and the high cost of living putting stress on families at home. It's important that we come together as leaders and as friends to look at ways to make our economies more resilient.
Irregular migration is also a thorny issue, especially after Biden launched his trip Sunday with his first presidential visit to the busiest port of entry in the U.S., in El Paso. The leaders also reiterated their commitment to safe, orderly, and humane migration through the expansion of legal migration pathways, a range of collaborative measures and better communication, both among one another and with the public. They also agreed that illegal trafficking in arms, drugs, and people is a shared threat, and committed to work together on the challenge. So, was this summit a success? Mexico watchers say that's a tough question.
Trilateral summits rarely yield major announcements or resolution of issues, and given that the issues that the three leaders talked about are complex and long-standing, I think it's not surprising that there was not some explosive announcement in their communique or in their press conference. But I think, having said that, the fact that they meet on a regular basis and that they identify priorities for their administrations to pursue for the coming year, I think that is important.
But as the leaders highlighted, this is a continent with great potential and great challenges. Will this summit move the needle? Time will tell. Anita Powell, VOA News, Mexico City.
More than 100 radio stations shut down last year in Venezuela under the weight of stiff government regulations and random threats of violence. Now, proposed laws to regulate social media adds to the pressure on journalists there. From Caracas, VOA's Alvaro Algara has our press freedom spotlight.
Media censorship has risen to new heights in Venezuela, with a record number of radio stations closed, even as the Venezuelan Journalists Association, CNP, documented marginally fewer physical attacks in the past 12 months.
There is a policy of censorship, prosecution of the media. Although it is true that physical aggression against journalists decreased, we saw an increase in radio station closures from 4 in 2021 to 104 in 2022.
The state communications regulator cited licensing breaches for many of the closures, and lawmakers in 2022 denied the action was related to the broadcaster's content. But Carlos Correa, director of the free expression nonprofit Espacio Público, says the moves appear to be part of a policy to limit independent media.
This year, we have documented the highest number of closures since 2001. This situation indicates that the government seems to be trying to reconfigure the ownership structure of these stations.
Adding to worries for journalists are new efforts by President Nicolás Maduro's government to reform media laws. The National Assembly is discussing proposals on regulating social media, including requiring platforms to have an in-country office to handle complaints.
We're going to regulate and control, because in recent years, Venezuela has been a victim of psychological warfare through messages on social networks.
But reporters working in an already restrictive environment are wary of the plans. And Carlos Julio Rojas, an independent journalist and member of the National Press Workers Union, says pro-government supporters sometimes use social networks to generate smear campaigns against those in media.
We've seen how the Nicolás Maduro regime's dominance over communications continues to get stronger. What's their end goal? To close that last space that exists for freedom of expression?
If passed, the bill could add to Venezuela's already poor ranking on the Global Press Freedom Index, which measures the ability of journalists to work freely. The watchdog Reporters Without Borders says media there work in a restrictive environment with policies that threaten the full exercise of independent journalism. For Álvaro Algarra in Caracas, Venezuela, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Threats of violence and government intimidation has many journalists fleeing Nicaragua, finding safety in neighboring Costa Rica. From its capital, San Jose, our Donaldo Hernandez shows us how a media nonprofit organization is helping those exiled journalists.
In search of protection, this group of Nicaraguan journalists arrived in Costa Rica halfway through 2022. Like many of their colleagues back home, they risked arrest or harassment by Daniel Ortega's government as it cracks down on the media and opposition voices. In the past 2 years, authorities have seized the headquarters of the historic La Prensa newspaper, prompting the entire staff to flee. Officials have also revoked the licenses of several television and radio stations. Helping the exiled journalist adjust is the Institute of Press and Freedom of Expression, or IPLEX, a Costa Rican nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting Central American journalists. Marco Barquero is project manager at IPLEX.
Our goal is to help them in their legalization process and to promote a more orderly migration for Nicaraguan journalists.
More than 150 journalists have been forced to leave Nicaragua in the past 4 years, according to the Independent Journalists and Communicators of Nicaragua collective. Marco Barquero is in close contact with many of those who recently arrived in Costa Rica.
Through all IPLEX programs, we have helped 62 Nicaraguan journalists and 1 Salvadoran journalist.
The nonprofit offers aid and temporary protection as journalists integrate into Costa Rican society. Raúl Sileski Jiménez is president of IPLEX.
The Home Refuge program covers airfare, transportation, insurance, food, shelter, internet, per diem for food and basic necessities to sustain them for a while.
For journalist Alberto Miranda, the support made a big difference. Miranda says he has been assaulted by police and threatened with arrest. He also received death threats. In 2021, he decided to leave for Costa Rica, but for the first 6 months, he could not find work.
I can tell you that this program represents an important support for Nicaraguan journalists when we arrive in Costa Rica, often in a situation of economic vulnerability.
Miranda now works for the news website Nicaragua Investiga. IPLEX wants journalists to continue their work. Media watchdog Reporters Without Borders says Nicaragua's media endure a nightmare of censorship, intimidation, and threats. But even from exile, the country's journalists work to keep news flowing. For Donaldo Hernandez in Costa Rica, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
For those who overcome the hurdles to enter the U.S. legally, settling into American life and finding a welcoming community can be a challenge unto itself. VOA's senior Washington correspondent Carolyn Persuti found one in an unlikely place, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Karthik Raghunath Palanimalai is a software consultant. After he arrived in the U.S. on an L1 tech visa, he says he got no help from Colorado Springs to get settled. Instead, he relied on the city's Indian American community.
They helped me to get to the apartments and, to the work nearest to the place, and then the grocery shops or whatever things. So they really helped me for the first 3 months.
Jackie Jaramillo of Centro de la Familia says newcomers like Palanimalai are often invisible and isolated.
It's very difficult. There are a lot of institutional barriers, and there are cultural barriers. There's definitely racism. A lot of the immigrants that we serve are victims of crime.
That's why some found it surprising when the George W. Bush Institute ranked the city 21st out of the top 100 metro areas in the U.S., where immigrants are thriving. Colorado Springs is best known for the U.S. Air Force Academy and for Pikes Peak at 4,300 meters. The city government is largely conservative, and most Republicans are outspoken about stopping illegal border crossings.
I don't think we have a sign up that says Colorado Springs, great place for migrants.
John Suthers is a staunch Republican and two-term mayor of Colorado Springs. In 2022, the Milken Institute ranked the city 9th in economic performance among large U.S. cities, an enticement for highly skilled authorized immigrants.
Military defense is about 40% of our economy. There's an awful lot of jobs in the related high-tech space, cybersecurity, and things like that. And those are areas where I think a lot of our people who are migrating legally have the expertise in, and so they're looking around, why wouldn't you come to Colorado Springs?
Cullum Clark wrote the George W. Bush Institute's report, Immigrants and Opportunity in America's Cities. He says several factors were considered in the rankings list.
Is it a good place to do business, to start a company? Is it a good place to kind of get ahead career-wise? Is it a good place to afford a home?
To that, Palani Malai says yes. His new wife, who also landed a tech job, joined him in Colorado Springs, where they're enjoying the Rocky Mountain life, along with a little bit of home, like playing on the local cricket team. Carolyn Presutti, VOA News, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, an outcry for the protection of human rights has echoed throughout the global community. In its annual report, Human Rights Watch highlights a crisis that extends beyond the war in Ukraine and exists in China, Afghanistan, and Africa. Details from our Henry Ridgewell in London.
The Human Rights Watch organization says that following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the global community deserves credit for unleashing what it calls the full arsenal of the human rights system, including an investigation by the International Criminal Court.
We saw immediate responses from the international community to mobilize around key human rights supports, including establishing international justice mechanisms, evidence gathering for war crimes.
In towns like Bucha and Izium, there is widespread evidence that occupying Russian soldiers tortured, raped, and executed civilians. The United Nations Human Rights Council has documented several hundred civilian killings, thought to be a fraction of the total.
In some cases, Russian soldiers executed civilians in makeshift places of detention. Others were summarily executed on the spot, following security checks in their houses, yards, and doorways.
Human Rights Watch's annual report also highlights ongoing abuses in China, including the mass detention, torture, and forced labor of as many as 1 million Muslims in the Xinjiang region. Beijing denies the accusations. The report says the UN Human Rights Council's increased scrutiny of Beijing's actions is encouraging.
What we have seen for the first time in a very long time is cracks in the authoritarian armor.
In Iran, protests triggered by the death of Mahsa Amini after she was detained by morality police have grown into nationwide anti-government demonstrations. Human Rights Watch says the execution of at least 4 protesters must trigger a stronger global response.
We need to move beyond international solidarity for protesters and need to make sure that governments all over the world are holding Iranian officials to account.
The report cites increasing human rights abuses in Myanmar, where the authors say the regime is launching assaults on communities across the country that oppose the military coup. In Ethiopia, Human Rights Watch says the recent African Union-led peace process has resulted in a fragile truce.
Ensuring that there is accountability for the egregious crimes that took place in the Tigray region, for example, is going to be critical for this ceasefire and this truce to actually hold.
The report says climate change is having an increasing impact on basic rights worldwide. It says governments have a legal and moral obligation to regulate industries such as fossil fuel extraction that are incompatible with protecting basic rights. Henry Ridgewell for VOA News, London.
That's all we have for now. Stay up to date at voanews.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. Follow me on Twitter at KGYP and catch up on past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA+. I'm Katherine Gibson. We'll see you next week for the Inside Story.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a consummate communication expert. Started a very brilliant career in broadcasting, moved on to what I would call diplomacy. Diplomacy with quotes. Yeah. Now, the quotes is not that it is suspect, it's just that he would tell you himself. Okay, were you really in the diplomatic corps or not? He would tell you. And then up till today, he's still a specialist in communications. Please welcome with me, Oge Eboigbe.
Good to be here. Thank
Should
you
I
very
ask
much.
EPA?
EPA, Oge Eboigbe.
EPA, Oge Eboigbe.
Great.
He will tell you what EPA stands for because most of those who are younger than him call him EPA. He's a Benin man to the core. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes, it's a pleasure to have you. Your days in broadcasting, when you recall, what does it do to you?
It's probably those days I remember that I more or less went back to journalism now after retiring from every other thing I've done.
Yes.
It was special. Mm-hmm. For me, I was lucky, I think. I was recruited by Radio Nigeria in 1978. But I wasn't really based inside Radio Nigeria Broadcasting House all the time. A lot of the time I was posted to run, in different places. First at the airport, correspondent, and then State House, then the Foreign Ministry and all that, and the diplomatic system. Yeah. So a lot of the time I was out of BH. But there was time I also spent on the desk in the newsroom and then in producing news programs and all that. Yeah. So it was a special time because I studied journalism with a specialist in broadcasting. It was good for me. I enjoyed it. I had the distinction, and that was where Radio Nigeria came for me then. Yes. And I still enjoy it. It still seems to rub off my family, my kids. Yes. My daughter studied mass communication and media technology too. Oh, good. But she made a first class. No, she's running her own show. My son works for a TV station right now. He didn't study communication, studied sociology, but from school he developed interest in using his voice. He has a very deep voice. Okay. So
it's a good voiceover artist.
Voiceover and all that. Yes. And then they saw him and they took him and said, man, come and be with us.
Yeah, so, the beauty of you recalling those different correspondence duties you performed, different desks where you worked in, is that your face lit up as you were saying it.
Yes.
There is something about journalism or even broadcasting that it doesn't go away from you.
Part of you.
Yes.
Even at home, at that time my voice I didn't have a broadcast voice.
Yes, I remember I remember those reports you used to voice. Yes. They were part of the
correspondence reports
and
yes. Yes. My voice was a regular voice. I even had a bit of accent. Yes. I'm from Benin.
Yeah, it's normal.
Yeah. Once, I did a stint with VOA, Voice of America.
Yes.
And once I was invited to DC, and I was reporting from DC to Africa. Yes. For a while. And one of those reports was heard by a director of Voice of America who was traveling through West Africa. I think it was in Togo or Benin. And he called them back and I said, who owns that romantic voice? By that, he meant that the voice was too low. It wasn't a broadcast voice. So I went into their studio and said, man, you guys are going to train me how to use my broadcast voice. Yes. So now I can speak like regular voice. And when it's broadcast time, I can decide to So that's one of the things we learned those days.
Yes.
But there are people like you who just come up, like my son too.
Yes.
Their voice
just comes out.
And all
Yes.
just,
Yes. Yes.
It's natural, so to speak.
It is.
But he was. I actually think that my son doesn't like me saying those days, and those days. Why do you keep on saying those days, those days, But things were better those days.
Well, comparatively.
Yes.
Yeah,
we didn't have the technology they have now.
No. We didn't have that access to check anything. You need to go into a thesaurus and read. They will be holding their phones and they don't even use it.
You know what it was to file a report those days?
Oh, yes.
And you send it, you want to spell Abeokuta.
Yeah.
A for apple,
Yeah.
B for
ball.
Because the guy, he doesn't understand what you are saying.
Yes,
you are using a radio system that the man is writing.
Yes.
But these days,
you just send it. Even there are apps that would spell it out.
And even transcribe the thing for you at the end. And with a few of my friends, we used to go to a place called Net those days, hotel.
Yes.
When I was training for VOA.
Yes.
And we used teleprinter.
Yes.
You have to type the
there, yes.
printer. Come ta.
Yes.
There was no email, no fax, nothing.
Yeah.
There was no cable TV.
None.
But we did it.
Yes, it was done. In fact, when you talk about appliances or implements for performing your duties then, compared to today, they were so limited.
If you're a reporter and you have a midget,
yes.
You are...
before the midget came the UR. Now you carry.
Remember that? Remember that?
Yes, that you carried around, and then you would be punching your microphone into somebody's
front face.
Yes.
Yeah. That's it.
But today they will just hold their phone, put it down somewhere, and then it's so sharp. The recording comes out clean and clear. And, you understand?
You don't need to even narrate, be writing and transcribing. No, you just put the app on it, and
then you can even send it as a voice note. Straight, and whoever is at the end, the other end knows what to do with it.
Everything.
So if you would look back, would you say technology has helped us in terms of performance?
Oh, yes. I mean, things are easier. Technology has helped the world in every way.
Yes.
In banking, in whatever business you are involved in, oil and gas, in broadcasting. But many people are afraid now that very soon artificial intelligence will take over broadcast jobs. Although some of us think that AI will basically enhance
it. Will enhance it. I believe that too.
There will still be room for people to make use of the tools themselves. So of course those tools that are there now make things easier for the world to run. And I think we should all, key into it. There's nobody who should still say he's a dinosaur, he's an ancestor, and that he can't learn technology and all that. No.
I think it's a thing of the mind, actually.
Yes.
You just put your mind to it, and you move on.
Yeah.
Now, when you left Radio Nigeria, was it like, I'm done with broadcasting, or I want to open a new vista for myself?
Well, at the time, I was back in Broadcasting House after having, served in the Foreign Ministry. I was seconded to the Foreign Ministry during the tenure of Ibrahim Kambari and Bolaji Akinyemi as a diplomatic correspondent. I was also covering the diplomatic missions from there, and got used to the different embassies, doing a lot of things for them. But I came back to BH producing a program called Insight, Behind the News. It was a beautiful program, but for somebody who likes to go out there to get the news for himself.
He's been a field person.
Yeah, you like to, get the news rather than coming to look at what somebody else had covered. I just thought I had gotten to, the, limit at that time. I was a senior editor, level 10. Yes. And the guys who knew that I was in the diplomatic system, because covering the diplomatic embassy, diplomatic missions, you get to meet the different diplomats and all that, attend their diplomatic league parties and all the time. And somebody told me, the Canadians needed an information officer to run their information system, and they were collecting CVs and all that. So I gave them my CV, called us for an interview, and who interviewed me, and they said, "Oh, man, come." A few of my friends were at the interview too, yeah, and they said I should come. I was an information officer a few months, then they decided to convert it as public affairs officer because the job entailed much more than information circulation to newspapers and all that, relationship with the different agencies, universities and all that. That's how I got into public affairs, public relations, for which I'm a fellow now.
Yeah.
And I spent about 5 years doing public affairs work for the High Commission. A lot of it, education counseling was also there, you know, helping Nigerian students get scholarships to Canadian universities. But an opening came up in the Canadian Trade Commissioner Service. The Trade Commissioner Service houses experts who know about trade, connecting Canadian businessmen with Nigerian businessmen. Canadian companies want to do business in Nigeria. They signify their interest to the High Commission here. We have them in a database. When there are Nigerians who want to do business in Canada too, we take the database and link them together. Things were much easier then. There was not as much mistrust between those countries and Nigeria as the case may be at this time now, you know. But so it was much easier. I joined them, and it was a beautiful time I spent there. Was the pay good? Yes, as I said, it wasn't too much different between what I was getting from radio. Radio, I was earning about 880 naira, 880 naira per month. Yeah. I was on level 10. The Canadians were giving me equivalent of 1,000 naira. This was in 1987. 87, okay.
Yes.
And 1,000 naira, and I decided that first month I was going to spend that 1,000 naira. I was single. I had a car. You know, so we closed at 3 o'clock, like civil servants. I would drive to National Theatre. Those days there was Federal Palace at National Theatre. There are 2 movie bands at National Theatre on weekdays, 5 p.m. and I think 7 p.m. I will have lunch at Federal Palace at National Theatre. I'll go for the first movie at 5, go for the second movie at 7, and then go home. I lived in Sulere, National Theatre. At the end of that month, I didn't finish 1,000 naira.
87?
Yes. I did not finish 1,000 naira. No. I mean, how much will you need to fuel your car?
That's very true.
When I bought the car in 1982, by the way, I picked up my car. I was in radio. I went to Volkswagen. Yeah. On the line, the cars were there. The color.
Yeah, this is the one.
Monaco blue.
Yes.
Is what I wanted. Yeah. I paid it. It was about 6,000, but it was good.
Yes, and the stress was much reduced.
Of course, it was. Well,